Welcome to the Hardyverse, where learning is gamified, interactive, and dynamic. Welcome to the Hardyverse, where learning is gamified, interactive, and dynamic. At Hardy, we offer micro courses like emotional intelligence, critical thinking and problem solving, leadership, design thinking, and several other high-value proficiencies to catalyze your career. We have also partnered with top experts in niche areas to create expert-led courses like Fashion with Maya Tafo, Disruptive Leadership with Abu Bakar Suleiman, and many more. The user interface is seamless and highly interactive and gamified. The user interface is seamless and highly interactive and gamified. Hardy's cohort-based business leadership executive program is a dynamic training for mid-level managers and senior executives designed to improve strategic business decisions and outcomes. Mid-level managers and senior executives designed to improve strategic business decisions and outcomes. Join Hardy today and start your journey to success. Join Hardy today and start your journey to success.
on, I need our energy. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, leaders. Good morning, builders. You're welcome to the Leaders and Business Summit 2026. Amazing. Of course, we know our theme for today is the 1% edge. So today is not about motivation. It's about clarity. It's about alignment. And it's about the decisions you make that moves you into a room most people never enter. My name is Majemuluwa. I'll be your host for today, and I'll be guiding us through this beautiful experience that we're set to have at LBS 2026. Once again, please put your hands together for yourselves for showing up today, looking all gorgeous, looking all amazing. All right, so few housekeeping before we start. First off, we'd love to crave your indulgence to keep your phones on silent, right? So we would not want any distractions during the course of today's summit. Also, if you would need to use the restrooms are down the hall, or you could just speak with any of the ushers and they would guide you to the restroom. We'd also love to keep today's conversations going on social media. So please, would love for you, through the course of the event, take pictures, tweet, post on social media, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, everywhere, right? Our hashtag for today's event is hashtag the 1% edge, hashtag LBS 2026. So please tag us on your pictures, tag us on your tweets, and we would love for us to keep these conversations going today. Are we ready for LBS 2026? Nah, it doesn't sound like we're ready. Are we ready for LBS 2026? I want you to ask someone beside you, are you ready for the 1% edge? Okay, if the person doesn't sound convincing, ask someone else, are you ready for the 1% edge? All right, so once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the Leaders and Business Summit 2026. This is that moment we've been waiting for.
Since yesterday, this thing has been everywhere. You don't seem to understand what is going on. You don't seem to understand the gravity of this situation. My business partners, my investors, and my stakeholders, they've all been calling me. Even my wife has called. I had to unlook a message. The same for my senior pastor. I can't pick up his call either. You don't seem to understand what is going on. And like I told you, I can't travel. I can't book a flight. I can't even go home. These people are hell-bent on destroying my career. What are you going to do about it?
These people are not your PR team. We are. And we have handled far worse cases than this. You've seen our mission statement. You've seen our vision statement. You've seen our track record. It speaks for itself. You have nothing to worry about, Mr. Lowell. Nothing.
You're sure?
Absolutely.
Oh, sure.
Absolutely.
This is 30 years of my life. 30 years of service. It can't just end like this. What are you going to do about it? You have to make this thing go away. Today. Now.
Mr. Lowell, it's great that you asked me what we're going to do about this. You know what? By afternoon, the narrative would have been completely changed. Full press release, social media, revamped, reframed. You know what, Mr. Lowell? I will tell you for free. You go from the villain to the victim, and you go to that visionary that we know you to be. We've done it countless times, haven't we, Ego?
Yes, we have, sir.
Amazing.
We have.
You know what? I'll give you one final assurance. You have my word. By exactly 12 p.m., you just turn on the TV, watch the news, and see who you have been transformed into, Mr. Lowell. You have no problem. Thank you very much, sir.
Alex, handle it too.
We will.
Whatever it costs.
We will.
Whatever it takes.
We will, sir.
Just make this thing go away.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So how do we approach this? I'm thinking we probably lead with accountability and then pivot to maybe portraying him as...
Ego, you are such a brilliant woman. That's why I hired you.
Thank you.
And you know the AI tools that we have been paying for, the both of you, perfect him. You will sort this out. Okay.
Right. Okay. Oh yeah, I have to call Tola. Oh my God. Hello?
Hi, Alpha Ego. Are you ready now?
Guy, that's actually why I'm calling you. I'm not. I'm actually still at the office.
Why now? See me, I'm getting ready. I'm leaving the house. We're running late.
Calm down. I know. Actually, I'm stuck with work. Do you know this Lali Oil Company issue?
It's all over the place. Only God knows what that guy did, though.
Yeah, actually, he's one of our clients. And my boss actually just left me alone to handle his crisis. No direction, no briefing. I'm just here, like I'm stuck.
I don't understand, Ego. What exactly is the issue here? Why are you talking like as if we're not in 2026? Oga, carry AI now. Just put all the prompts there. You know what to do. 20 minutes, you are done.
I get. Actually, that's what my boss also said. But, you know, I'm thinking we should come up with something more strategic, more...
Well, Oga, do what you have to do and don't keep us waiting, I beg. Call me when you are done.
All right, no problem. I will. Oh, I can't take time on. Oh, this is very good. I'm going to use this. Very, very good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to use this. Okay, Mr. Alex. Hello, sir. Yes, I'm actually done. So I've sent it to your mail for review. Oh, I should send it out like that. Okay, sir. Okay. Sir, okay. All right, sir. I'll send it out. Even me, I don't have time. I'll send it out like that. Big. Okay. Sent. Okay. Ego. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Alexander, what exactly is going on? You gave me 1 hour. Why haven't I heard anything from you? You told me 1 hour. Why is it that I'm the one following up with you? Why should you not be the one giving me hourly updates? What exactly is going on? This is my legacy at stake. Do you understand what is going on?
Mr. Lawal. Sir, I've told you. Have I said a thing and it did not come to pass? We are your PR team. We can't fail you. The work is already done and you can... You know what, sir? Turn on your TV. See the hero that you have become. My champion, sir. My champion. Turn on your TV, sir.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, now. Where is this remote control? There we go. Okay. Okay. Look at me. Money is good. They even make me look. Oh my God. Lali Oil and Gas MD. Break silence. Official statement released. After 24 hours of public pressure, Mr. Lawal's verified account post appears to be a formal crisis response. Okay, this is good. After careful reflection on the events of the past 24 hours, I wish to address the Nigerian public with full transparency and sincerity. Igbo is brilliant. As the managing director of Lali Oil and Gas, Odogu, I have always stood for core value 1 and core value 2. The recent allegations, while deeply hurtful, have given me an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to insert specific commitment here to our stakeholders. I say this. Reassuring statement about business continuity. These stakeholders will kill me. Alex has killed me. To those affected, I offer, choose one. Sincere apologies, full accountability, our deepest sympathies. Note, the 3 tone options are included below. Formal, empathetic, and assertive. What rubbish is this? Select the one that best aligns with your brand voice and delete the others. What to delete me? They've deleted me. They finished me. That incompetent buffoon. I paid so much for this to go away. Hey, scandal. Hostile takeover. Jesus shall know me. Emergency board meeting. What exactly am I going to do? Jesus, this boy has finished me. Such an incompetent buffoon.
Wow. How many of us can actually relate? I mean, I don't think anybody here has tweeted that, but you've seen maybe a report or something like, guy, at least just tweak one or two things. How many of us can relate? Yeah, I mean, so for the 1% edge, we don't do things like this, right? We'd go the extra mile. Even if you're using tools to assist you with your work, you ensure that, you put in the effort to go the extra mile to ensure that whatever thing you're putting out is excellent. So now, to take us further in today's summit and to set the tone for what this summit truly signifies, this man that is going to be coming up on stage right about now, he carries his words the same way others carry their credentials. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the one and the only grandfather, Nana.
I wouldn't lie to you. You see, leaders and builders are core to national development. They paint a picture for our future. But if pictures speak 1,000 words, silence is the only word it doesn't speak. Growing up, had our parents wish the house was quiet. Voicing our thoughts were things they wouldn't let. I bet we masturbated our dreams with the creams of their judgment. I guess they had better intentions. The after effects were not meant. Our teachers' 3 most favorite words were silence, silence, silence. Our worldviews were confined to brick walls and high fences. Our extracurricular classes had the content of their sly lessons. We had a bright-colored future they only saw through gray lenses. And when we wanted to protest, we could only do it through silences like... So we grew up that way, strangling some visions and ambition. The status quo threatened our questions with false inquisition. And no wonder we fell in love with fairy tales, superheroes, and fan fiction. And to further quench the echo, they fed us with superstitions. They didn't tell us there were times not meant for silence. They didn't tell us speaking up doesn't mean violence. So they had to have us molested and our rights arrested. The future became our prisons with our chains crested. Leaders, builders, they were right after all. Child Right Act had us acting right. And no wonder the future to which we are is yet unborn. So leaders, wake up, flame up, and let your touches burn. They didn't tell us there were things to speak up for. They didn't tell us silence meant more of support for the things we didn't believe. After all, we believed our report. Silence is like the saprophyte that saps you of your will and fights your opinion. It's never alone. Its union has more rings than the onion. It is Goliath waking up daily, pointing fingers and saying you will never come forth. A society knitted again in silence is a tread away from losing. And this is comfort. Leaders, builders, I dare you to break the silence. I dare you to break the silence. It is salient. Live, believe, and let live, but don't leave without letting your voices out. Silence can endorse, yet endorse when we do not know how to speak. It is in you. This is not an advert for Peak. I wouldn't lie to you. Old man, no, they ever talk, say, he go in be orphan. I go lie for you. Old man, no, they ever talk, say, be orphan. If you come from poor background, you better hold the torch and lantern. This talk about failure and a failed attempt at motivation, like a kamuwe no make am. No second chance, not just frustration. Standing ovation for who fail and start afresh. Now lack of experience for uni. Now him they make start afresh. Not forget wetin TED talk. Failure no be prank. Wetin you go do when you stand inside Shark Tank? When money no dey your bank? Ask Oga Frank. Phone a friend na option to call person wey dey your rank. They fit try give you the answers, but now you sit down for hot seat. You like food, but you forget say kitchen get heat. They tell you say wetin no kill you makes you stronger. If I see you for ICU, my advice go make you stronger. I go lie for you. Now why wisdom have to come by? Who don't watch Final Destination, no go just dey stand by. You go the extra mile. Because if to make am na default, your failure go be your fault when you default to put the effort. So step forth. Make you no go plead the fifth. Explain tire. No evidence for who no make am. Explain tire. No evidence for who no make am. Opportunity yakpa, you just dey slack. You no want take am. So as you dey grow, no fake am. Life na exam, do your best. But if you don't know the course, no pass am. I mean, no pass out. So my brother, get the info. Sister, look yourself for mirror. Life no get control Z. You feel be sick and make the course to be hero. If you fail and start again, at least you no go start from zero. When life give you full stop, add 2 more, you get to the biro. Touch your neighbor, say I go lie for you. Touch on again, say I go lie for you. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Wow. Come on, once again, let's put it up for the grandfather. Once again, in that same energy, tell your neighbor again, I go lie for you. Oh yeah, so while you are telling your neighbor that, I want you to just turn to someone beside you and just ask them, what's your name? What do you do? This is where you will test if they go lie for you. All right, so that's just a bit of teaser to what we're going to be doing next for the next 30 minutes. So for the next 30 minutes, we're going to be having the networking session, right? The 1% edge does not work in silos. The 1% edge, people that step into the 1% edge, they don't work in silos, right? So for the next 30 minutes, we'll be switching into the networking session. We'll also be having our breakfast. Also, I actually want us to do something, right? So that we can have that energy through the course of today's summit. So when I say LBS, I want you guys to respond. I have the 1% edge. Did we get that? So when I say LBS, I want you to respond. I have the 1% edge. So LBS. LBS. Great. So it's something that we want us to say over and over again so that we just ingrain it into our subconscious that I have the 1% edge. I have the 1% edge. So when we get to hear the speakers speak, when we get to learn from the speakers, it's still in our subconscious. I have the 1% edge. I have the 1% edge. And after this event, you are able to live and work in that reality. So like I mentioned, for the next 30 minutes, we're going to be having our breakfast, and it's also a networking session. So it wouldn't be right for you to come for a summit like this and you don't get to meet anyone. You don't get to exchange contacts with anyone. Right? It would actually be, I don't want to say it's an offense, but I know go lie give you, to be an offense. If you, I go lie for thank you, it would be an offense, right? It would be something improper for you to come for a summit like this and not meet anyone. So the ushers would guide us through how we'd be getting our breakfast. So just grab your munch, grab your drink, and at the same time, try to talk to someone, tell them what you do, ask them about themselves, right? So it shouldn't just be one-sided. For the next 30 minutes, you're the only one telling them what you do, right? So also learn from the other person, exchange contacts, exchange socials, and we will be back in the next 30 minutes. So the ushers would guide us now to get our breakfast. Thank you, everyone. Before I go, LBS. Some people say edge. LBS. All right, thank you very much, and I'll see you again in a bit.
everybody once again. Please, if you are looking for the trash bin is towards the entrance. If you are looking for the trash bin, please, the trash bin is towards the entrance of the hall. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 more minutes for this networking session. Ensure you get to meet someone. In fact, not just one person. Talk to 2, 3 people. Tell them what you do. Get to learn about what they do for fun. Also ensure you exchange either contacts or your socials so that you can keep the conversation going after today's summit. We have 5 more minutes for this networking session. If you would also like to get more breakfast, we have cereals, we have Golden Morn available. So you can just step outside the auditorium and get Golden Morn if you would love to get more breakfast. Hi, everyone. Please, let's begin to gather around. We're about to resume the summit in the next 1 minute. So please, let's have our seats. If there's a seat in front of you, please let's occupy those seats. Let's all settle in. Let's settle in. We're about to start in the next 1 minute. Please, let's settle in. We're about to resume the summit in the next 1 minute. I'm sure you've had ample time to meet people, to network, exchange contacts. So please, let's settle in. Let's have our seats. Hi, everyone. Please, let's settle in. Let's minimize movement. We're starting the summit, more like we're resuming the summit now. We've had sufficient time for networking, for breakfast. So please, let's sit. Let's have our seats.
Hardyverse, where learning is gamified, interactive, and dynamic. At Hardy, we offer micro courses like emotional intelligence, critical thinking and problem solving, leadership, design thinking, and several other high-value proficiencies to catalyze your career. We have also partnered with top experts in niche areas to create expert-led courses like fashion. Welcome to the Hardyverse, where learning is gamified, leadership, interactive, with Abubakar Suleiman, and many more. At Hardy, we offer micro courses like emotional intelligence, critical thinking and problem solving, leadership, design thinking, and several other high-value proficiencies to catalyze your career. We have also partnered with top experts in niche areas to create expert-led courses like fashion with Maya Tafo, disruptive leadership with Abubakar Suleiman, and many more. The user interface is seamless and highly interactive and gamified. Hardy's cohort-based business leadership executive program is a dynamic training for mid-level managers and senior executives designed to improve strategic business decisions and outcomes. Join Hardy today and start your journey to success.
Parts of the meeting, that was the drama piece. I thought that was really brilliant. Can we celebrate those who were part of that? Really, really great work. And the spoken word, my goodness. That was so awesome as well. And trust me, those are just the tip of the iceberg. There's still a lot more to come in the course of this amazing event. So just to open up this occasion, I would like us to start with prayer, all right? And then I will share a few thoughts, and then we'll go into the speaking engagements. Is that okay? So bow your heads as we pray. Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you for today. Thank you, Father, for your love. Thank you for your grace. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for making today a reality. Thank you because this is the day you have made, and we will rejoice and we are going to be glad in it. Father, Lord, as we have gathered around your word, your light, your insight, we pray that our hearts are open to receive so many liberating truths in the name of Jesus. We pray for all our speakers that they will speak from the abundance of the revelation that you have placed in their hearts and from their living experiences as well, so that they can light our candles and so that we can also go out there to practicalize and give executive edge to everything that they will share with us today. Father, we pray that none of us will leave here the same way we have come, in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Father, because our careers are going to the next level. Thank you because our businesses are transforming to the next level in the mighty name of Jesus. The kind of person we came here as will live in a totally different color and context. In Jesus' precious name we have prayed. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' name, amen. Can we jam our hands together for Jesus? All right. So, as you all may know, for the Christians amongst us, the Bible begins with introducing us to God. The Bible begins with introducing us to God. And the very first thing we see about God in scriptures is his work ethic. You know, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and then the earth was without form and void, and then darkness was upon the face of the deep. So the very first thing God encountered in the entire canon of scripture was a problem, was a major problem. And that sounds a lot like a problem that businesses pretty much are designed to solve. Every business exists because problems exist. Something is not working. There's darkness somewhere. People are, disgruntled about the kind of service they're receiving somewhere in some area, in some industry, in some demography, in some country. There is a problem somewhere, and then a business owner thinks of a solution to solve that problem. And so the very first thing we see that God is introduced as in the book of Genesis chapter 1 is a problem solver, a critical thinker, someone who doesn't complain about problems, someone who doesn't analyze problems for the sake of analysis, but someone who gets down to work to ensure that that problem doesn't continue to exist. And of course, you notice also the moment he's done with a day's work, he will go back and check if what he had done was consistent with what he had imagined to do. And at the end of each of those days' evaluation, he will come back and say, it was good. That means for every single work God did for the first 6 days of creation, the Bible says it was good work. And I think it's one of the ways you can actually reflect God in your environment, whether as a career professional or as an entrepreneur as well. People experience your work and they say, that was good work. That was a good work. That is you being like God. I know a lot of us sometimes try to over-spiritualize what it feels like to be like God. Sometimes we act in ways that the world cannot relate with. We like to be esoteric, abstract, and sometimes a little disconnected from the reality of the real world. But when you see God in Genesis 1, what you see there is someone who is extremely diligent, someone who doesn't pass up the buck to the devil who fell into the world and created the situation that he had to then resolve. He took responsibility and he did a very, very fine job. And there's this interesting African proverb. I remember reading this book several years ago by Dr. Miles Monroe, and he began the book with this quote, that every single day in the African jungle, a gazelle wakes up in the African jungle telling itself that it has to outrun the fastest lion, in order for it to survive. And the same day, the same morning in the African jungle, the lion, the lionesses, the tigers, the leopards, they wake up as well telling themselves, I have to outrun the fastest gazelle in order to stand a chance to survive. Now, the whole point of that is whether you're a gazelle or a lion, you just have to keep running and improving your pace in order to survive the African jungle. And I think the same is true also for the African market. The fact that in the African market, every single day, an entrepreneur wakes up every morning telling itself, I have to outsmart the unit economics of my industry because, fuel prices is rising, logistics costs are increasing significantly, but I can't just be increasing the cost of this product, indefinitely. I have to find a way to outsmart the unit economics. I also have to find a way to give my customers the best value at all times. At the same time, keep my employees happy who now have a higher cost of transportation, getting to work, and then also still find a way to give my shareholders something to smile about every month or every year, whether it's with respect to dividends or returns on their investment. My point is the set of skills required to be a successful African entrepreneur it's so complex, it's so multi-dimensional that it can be a rare combination of skills, but it's not an impossible array of skills to acquire. And this is why you are here today. Because also every day in the African market, some career professional wakes up every morning telling itself it has to outwork the most desperate worker so that he can impress his boss, so he can get a chance at promotion, and so that he can have a better life. My point is, you don't really have a choice. You have to constantly improve the quality of your work in order to stand a chance to thrive in the African economy. All right, and we can sit here and talk about all the things that are not working in Nigeria or in Africa at large. But what does that really do to us? What does that really make us into? And I'll be wrapping up my thoughts by sharing 3 lenses through which people typically see the world. 3 primary lenses. The first lens is the gloom lens, where you look at the things going on in your environment, things going on in your world, things going on in the ecosystem, and you're just full of depression. You're just sad. Like, so many things to complain about, so many things to just worry about, things that are not working, and there's that incentive to just continue to complain. And the truth is, once you begin to see that kind of picture regarding the future, and regarding Nigeria, regarding the marketplace, regarding the economy, chances are that it paralyzes you from making any serious, responsible action to change the narrative. And it's not the best place for people to be. And I imagine that none of us in this room belong to that school of thought that see things through the lens of the gloom lens. Now, there's also the zoom lens. So this zoom lens, so the gloom lens, they focus so much on what's not working that it paralyzes them from making any actions. And when they even act, they act in a self-sabotaging way because they don't put themselves in the prime position to take advantage of opportunities, because they don't even see opportunities. All they see are the things that can take them up, eat them up alive. They have very negative in their world outlook and pessimistic. Now, the zoomers, the guys with the zoom lens, what they do is they are very wishful thinkers. They think about what could happen. They are very excited. When you talk to them, they're always talking about what they will do, how they will soon blow, how things are going to be all right. They are super excited, but chances are that when you ask them, what are you doing right now? They don't really have much to show for whatever vision they have in their minds. They don't have something in the present to show for it. That is, if you see that much of a glorious future in front of you, how come you're doing little to nothing in your current reality? And so it is important that you don't just zoom into the future and get excited about it and talk about how awesome your future will be, but in the current reality of your life, we can't really see a direct line of correlation between what you say you are dreaming about and what you are currently doing. And so these 2 lenses of approach, they are not the best way to handle life with. We can't come into this world complaining about what has not been given to us. But now that you're here, how about you take responsibility for your life and for the future of your own generations to come? It was Harry Truman, one of the presidents of the United States, I think the 33rd president of the United States. One of the first things he did when he got into office was to create a placard and put it right on his door where he said, "The buck stops here." And I think as far as the nation of our lives is concerned, we are that president that must choose to take responsibility for the outcomes and the trajectory of our lives. We can't keep complaining that it's the government that has created the reason why we can't move on with our lives, or we can't create value, or we can't become wealthy or create wealth for our generations yet unborn. We have to, at some point, take firm responsibility for the directions and the trajectory of our lives. And that is why the most powerful approach is the groom lens. Now, the groom lens is a very powerful lens because it's a lens that also requires vision. You see something in the future, you see what could be, but you don't just live in the fool's island and imagine what could be, and all you think about is what could be. Your eyes are on the ends of the earth, but how about you find a way to extrapolate those possibilities in the future, bring them into your now, and find chunks of doable activities and actions and to-dos that can lead to that point, because that's what a groomer does. A groomer gets a picture of what the garden could be. Now, he's been given a very messed up garden, but he sees what it could be. Then he gets to work. And as he begins to work, he's chiseling, he's cutting, he's pruning, he's shaping and reshaping, refining that thing that was given to it, messed up, but he's shaping it into the image that he had in his mind before he was given that garden. That is what it means to be a groomer. Someone who sees what could be, even though what he has been dealt doesn't look fantastic, but is able to chisel out what could be from what currently is. And when you look at such a life, chances are that you see a person who is very diligent. You see a person who is very research-oriented. You see a person who is very disciplined. You see a person who doesn't wait for inspiration, who gets inspiration on the table of discipline. Someone who doesn't take for granted the opportunities that has been presented to it, all right, at any point in its life. And so today, you're going to be interacting with some really amazing thoughts and thought leaders. I mean, these two men are people I have had personal relationship with. As a matter of fact, one of them is the very person that helped me cut my corporate teeth, if you get what I mean. My entire corporate journey so far will not be complete. In fact, it will not exist without his very presence in it. And so trust me, you're about to have an incredible time of insightful, thought-provoking sessions, which I want you to pay a lot of attention to. This is not a time to look around. I know you've been networking, and you'll still network, but please, whilst these sessions are going on, don't be distracted. Gather all your mind, gather all your thoughts, gather all your faculty, and make sure you are present to receive as much that this event offers. Okay? Are we on the same page? So I'll be handing you over to the amazing MC who has done a terrific job so far. All right. So that'll be all from my end. I guess I'll be seeing you later then. Cheers.
Wow. Thank you so much, Pastor Dami. Once again, with our LBS energy, let's give Pastor Dami an amazing and resounding round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. All right. Let me be sure that our energy is still in the room with us today. LBS. Great. The Leaders and Builders Summit. I have the 1%. And no, our energy is ready. It's like this is the time for us to rekindle the energy. So LBS, Leaders and Builders Summit. Amazing. So very quickly, we'll do a very quick activity. So the classic put a finger down game, right? So I want us to raise just one hand, 5 fingers. Let me see our hands. Okay, so how it goes is I'll read something, and if it relates to you, you put one finger down. So I want to see how many people would still have all fingers up by the end of this activity. Are we ready? All right. So the first one is put a finger down if you told yourself you would leave home early today but still left late. We listen, we don't judge. Don't worry, this is a safe space. Okay, I can see some fingers are down. So let's go to the second one. Put a finger down if you saved a course this year, but you've never opened that course. Wow, the 1% edge. You saw the course and you're like, this is so good, but you've still not opened that course. Okay, let's go to the third one. Put a finger down if you've gone to an event mainly for networking, but stayed on your phone throughout. So we had about 30 minutes networking session, and some of us are on that table. We were on our phones throughout. Someone is smiling like, okay, you've caught me. All right. How many fingers? I can see some people with all of their fingers up. Okay. So the next one. Put a finger down if you were in a meeting this week that you think should have just been an email. Oh, yeah. Someone said, oh, yes. Don't worry, your line manager is not here. All right, so the final one. Put a finger down if you've seen an opportunity and thought, I'll apply later, but you never did. Now you are remembering. So is there anybody that you have all fingers up? Yes, please, after this, we'll set up a booth. You will do your own full session for us to teach us how you've been able to do it. Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we're here at the Leaders and Builders Summit, right? To learn the tips and everything we need to know to set us and to give us that 1% edge. So don't worry, we can put our hands down. Don't worry, we listen, we don't judge. And I'm sure today's summit will be an excellent experience and opportunity to learn things that we can apply in both our career professions and our businesses. So please, once again, let's put our hands together for ourselves for being here today. I mean, today is a public holiday, and then of all the places you could be, you chose to be here at the Leaders and Builders Summit. So once again, please give yourselves a round of applause. All right. So now we're getting into it. We'll be going into our first keynote talk for today. Our first speaker didn't just grow in his career. He built himself into someone you can't ignore. Mr. Tayo Oshiyemi currently serves as Executive Director at SKLD Integrated Services Limited, a company specializing in the manufacturing and trading of educational, office and lifestyle supplies, garment production, and humanitarian aid procurement. He joined the company as Chief Operating Officer in December 2013, where he oversaw key business functions and helped set up a 100 garment per day production facility as a backward integration project. Under his management, the company's revenue grew by 250% within the first 3 years. I think that's a good place to clap. I mean, yeah. He's also the president and co-founder of RD Business School, an edtech startup that has attracted over 40,000 learners since its launch in May 2022. Yeah. He holds a chemical engineering degree from Obafemi Awolowo University and is a certified project management professional from the Project Management Institute. He further holds an executive MBA from Quantic School of Business and Technology. Without further ado, with the 1% edge energy, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Mr. Tayo Oshiyemi.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, you can take your seat. It's such a privilege to be here. I've been to this particular venue quite a few times, but this is my first time standing on this side and holding a microphone to speak. And I count it a rare privilege because I've been part of a senior pastor's journey in many ways. And it's a privilege to see the amount of work that is going on here in terms of the lives that are being built. Today is leadership, or Leaders and Business, Leaders and Builders Summit, rather. Leaders and Builders Summit. And I think that that in itself is such a compelling conversation. So I want you to look at the person sitting beside you and ask, are you a leader or a builder? Or both? So get an answer. Some people are literally builders. And, you know, this is such an important conversation, especially in the life of our nation today. We're one of the most strategic nations in the world, representing the black race in a way that no other nation can, with the largest population of blacks gathered together in one nation. And so we have a responsibility to, as it were, define how the black race will be viewed, define how the black race will be respected. And so it is so important when we have these conversations to see the larger picture, to understand it beyond the scope of our survival. We have been somehow beaten to a point as a nation where most people think survival first. We're not thinking about long-term impact. We're not thinking about nation building. It feels like a far-fetched topic. But I believe that this summit is not about your personal survival. If it was about your personal survival, we would not call it leaders. Because if you need to survive, you don't quite need to burden yourself with leading. You know, when you're leading, the likelihood is that you might get caught in the trap. Because sometimes what leaders do is that you let everyone escape first before you escape. So if you're trying to survive, you're not supposed to be in this room. But if you want to lead, then this is the right room for you. And why we add the concept of building is that leaders, what leaders truly do is they build legacies. They build things that outlast them. They build things that survive them. They build things that don't end with their name. And so this summit is for that kind of conversation. I'm going to be largely speaking from the heart. I have slides, but in a conversation like this and in a room like this, the biggest value will come from straight here. I can put a number of slides up and then would see what we have to say today, but I want to really talk about, things that come straight from the heart. So let's start the conversation today by quickly introducing myself, and then I'll talk about my journey very briefly, and then maybe ask you a few questions and see how we can move forward. I wish I could control the slide myself. Do you guys have a pointer? If you don't, it's okay. Just follow my lead. Move to the next slide if you can. Should I stand on the side so I can see, or should I stand here? This screen is not showing what's on the screen. It could show it, so that I don't have to stand on the side. Okay, if you can make this screen show what's on the screen, then I don't have to stand away so that you can see what's on the screen. All right, so a bit about my journey. I started off in engineering, went to Obafemi University, the greatest university in Nigeria, if you may. Some people are protesting. I thought I was in a safe place, Pastor Dami. Not quite. Okay, I'll keep that. So I studied chemical engineering, but I got out of school, and the first opportunity that came before I went for youth service was a consulting opportunity, a management consulting gig with one of the then leading local management consulting firms. And the focus at that time was basically providing services to the financial service industry. After a couple of years, maybe about just a little over a year and a half to 2 years, I got a bit restless because it so happened that around that time there was a banking crisis, and a lot of the banks were struggling to keep up their budgets for consulting engagement. So they cut down their budget significantly, and we weren't getting a lot of jobs anymore. Prior to that time, we're so busy, you could come to work on a Tuesday and you're told you're traveling that same evening. So you go back home, pick your bag, and you travel for the rest of the week. And you're back the next Monday or something. So it was that serious and intense. But then we got into a season where there was nothing happening. So we'll come to the office and we'll be reviewing financial statements and reviewing financial statements and reviewing financial statements, looking for opportunities. And it got so boring that I thought, look, this is very, very intense and important years for me. I can't sit around here. I spoke with my managing team, at that time he was the assistant vice president and the team lead for financial services consulting. I spoke with him and told him I wanted to switch to a different department that had some engagements. That's the non-financial services. Because mind you, the banking crisis didn't affect the non-financial services. So they were very busy and we were very idle. So I thought, look at those guys over there. They're having a good time. They're learning. They're engaged. I'm here. Yes, they're paying my salary, but I wasn't doing a lot. And I thought, I can't sit around here. I need to do what those guys are doing. So I went to meet him and told him I wanted to join the next team. And he said, oh, sorry, you can't join that team because they are oversubscribed. They have enough members. So you're going to have to sit it out. And I said, no, that's not going to happen. So I basically resigned on the basis of that. And I joined my brother-in-law. And we started working together on his business then, which was essentially audio-visual engineering. So I started working with him, but I also continued to drive an entrepreneurial interest that I built when I was on campus, which was fashion. I was producing garments for male and female. So I was doing shirts and natives and some other things whilst leaving campus and during youth service. I'm giving you all of that to just lay some foundation. So that's sort of where entrepreneurship, continued. I wouldn't say started, but I'll go back to the start of entrepreneurship. Then came the opportunity to work at the current firm I currently work. I resumed there as Chief Operating Officer, so I started off pretty much at a senior level. But of course, before then, I had been Head of Business Development for my brother-in-law's firm and basically managing his business at the time. So I joined the current company called Skilled, SKLD Integrated Services, 2013, as Chief Operating Officer. And last year, 2025, after 12 years, I became the CEO of the company. I currently... Don't clap. There's nothing to clap for. 12 years to become CEO is a lot of... But I'm going somewhere. So after 12 years of working as chief operating officer and managing the business with the founder, I succeeded the founder as CEO. And I said, don't clap for a reason. What you need to clap for is actually what happened in between, not the CEO title. You can become CEO of yourself. All right? But what happened in between was we grew a lot of value. The company at the time was, when I joined, was doing somewhere in the region of 150 million in revenue per annum. By the time I became CEO, we had done about 11 billion. During that 12-year period, we had expanded from 2 business units to 5 business units, expanded from roughly some 30-odd staff to over 300 people, operating in 13 offices and 7 states in Nigeria. And then, of course, we have an international business establishment in the UAE. We have, a registered entity there. We're building on that. Now, I've given you that background to just, clarify what's on the screen here. And then the concept of I don't like that word serial entrepreneur, that phrase, but yes, I founded a couple of businesses. While I was on campus, I started a driving school. Why did I start a driving school? We were on a holiday. It was supposed to be a holiday between my, I think, second year. Okay, yeah. It was the second year, and we're supposed to be doing this CWES, some internship thing. You guys in engineering know what I mean by CWES. So it was supposed to be roughly 2 to 3 months. And somehow I got posted to work at the water treatment facility on campus in OAU. And what typically happened is you got to work at 10 o'clock, you signed, and in 30 minutes you were done with work for the day because there was nothing happening there. Even the staff you were supposed to be working with, they are not there. Because the treatment facility was working by itself, literally. So we were posted there to just go and observe. So when you observe water for 30 minutes, you can get dizzy. So I figured I needed to use this time for something, and I'm still going somewhere. I'm looking at my time. Like I said, it's just going to be sharing just so that you can ask the questions and we can talk. And what I did was, how can I use my time wisely was what I was thinking. What can I do? Apart from doing spiritual work, which is praying all around campus, anywhere you can find to pray, I figured I needed to still fill my time with some other things. And I had this boss. It wasn't even a car, it was a boss. But I knew an automobile is an automobile. Even if it was a trailer, I would use it. So I decided to deploy it. I printed flyers. I still saw the flyers recently, and I thought to myself, you've been crazy for a long time. I printed these flyers. I called it, because it was a boss, I needed to identify that this was unique. So I called it T-Boss Driving School. Then I got students to enroll. So I'll teach students, class after class. And in that 2-month period, I taught over 30 students how to drive. In fact, sometimes when I go to some offices these days, some people embarrass me with the comment, oh, you taught me how to drive. And I'm like, a whole you like this. I didn't teach you how to drive. But yes, those were early days of experimenting. I priced my driving classes as roughly 2,500 at the time. And I made a promise that I'll teach you how to drive in 5 classes. And I taught people how to drive in 5 classes. So I won't talk about it's intellectual property there, so I'm not going to be able to share that with you. But let's go to the next slide. I'll just run through my slides very quickly. Now, I want us to quickly look at these opening thoughts. What makes you different from the person sitting right next to you? Can you think about it for a moment? What makes you different? Color of your hair? The fact that you wear glasses? You're taller than the person or shorter than the person? Huh? You are older than the person. I'm older than you. What makes you different from that other person? And I want us to reflect on that question from a place of, what the Word of God says. I believe that, of course, much as this is a a business summit or a seminar, we are church people, or let me say we are faith people better. You know, and the word is the reference. The Bible is the most referenced book in the world. And, you know, for me, referencing the Bible just makes a lot of sense. You know, when the Bible says that you and I are fearfully and wonderfully made, that statement was not a generic one. It wasn't that all of us are fearfully and wonderfully. It was that individually we are fearfully and wonderfully made, crafted with precision. So you are uniquely different from the other person, not just physiologically, but because of the content that makes you up. And that is going to be very important in the conversations we're having this afternoon, okay? You're uniquely different from that person. And your uniqueness is your superpower. It is what gives you the edge. The concept of work originally started from the idea of batching people together. When I say work, 9 to 5, I mean batching people together and operating a system where people are doing the same tasks in a repeated cycle. Pretty much like the way machines will churn out, let's say, a production line, and things will come out that way. So everyone was expected to do certain things in the exact same sequence. In fact, the more aligned you are with the exact sequence, the better you are as a worker. That was how the concept of work started, from the 9 to 5 perspective. But that was not so in the beginning. That's not how God designed it. When God was speaking to Adam, as the story of creation recounts, he says, God blessed them. That's the man and woman he created. And I went to look up the word there, blessed. You know, the word there, blessed, meant that God empowered them. But the next thing it says is the important thing to note, which is the reason why he blessed them. He said to them, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, subdue it. Be fruitful. That means produce. That means increase. That means expand. That means grow. So you are not thinking deeply enough if you're thinking about survival. The goal was never your survival. It was that you contribute. Now, anyone who has been around me enough knows that one of my favorite words is the word value. Value. In fact, I have a company called Value Tag. And I've been doing this value thing for a long time. And that's why some of the decisions I made in my early career were made. Now, what it means is that each individual, uniquely created, was designed to contribute. You know, there's a scripture that actually says that God is prudent with how he created us. What that means is that God doesn't want to waste time. God doesn't want to waste resources. So in the creation of man, God had put on the inside of man the unique capability to generate value. And that's why he could boldly bless Adam and say, be fruitful, multiply. That means every time you're not producing, you're not acting like God or not acting the way you were created. So your default mode is to be fruitful. Now, my next slide is going to talk about something very quickly. Next slide. Humans belong to the asset class. Many of you know about classes of living things, right? Mammals, amphibians. Who knows what an amphibian is? Anybody remembers? Can what? Live in water and on land. Then you have the aves, right? You have the reptiles. So those are the classes of living things. But in terms of the human mind, we are an asset class. Now, if you're in finance, you know there's what you call asset class and liabilities, right? So, as human beings, if you're going to do some sort of reconciliation and assessment, you will put human beings under the asset class because we're expected to act in the way assets act. And I want to quickly talk about what an asset is. There's a definition I put here, but there's a personal definition that I have that is based on maybe my experience, going through an MBA. So one of the things we're taught in LBS, now it's a different LBS now, Lagos Business School, was that anytime you need to make a decision whether to shut down a business unit or not, what you need to look for is not profit, as it were. Now, this is very strange. Don't look for profit. He said the thing you need to look for is contribution margin. I'm sure you know the meaning of contribution margin. Now, what is the meaning of contribution margin? That means that if it costs me, let's say, 1,000 naira to deliver this service, can I sell this service for more than 1,000 naira? Very simple. That's the margin. Now, the contribution margin there factors everything that is required to sell that thing, not anything else. Not your fancy rents, your fantastic, nice to have, top of mind advertising. No, exactly that service. Meaning that every operating cost you're factoring into that thing should be operating cost tied to delivering that service. Now, if there's a contribution margin in that very thing, that thing has the potential to become profitable over a long period if you're able to tweak the operating cost properly. Do you understand? So what the lecturer said is that, how can you spend almost 10 million doing a course, a program in Lagos Business School, and you run a business and it has no contribution margin? You should go back to your village. I remember him very well because he was very brutal and blunt about it, but in a very comical way. Now, human beings are assets in the sense that every human being has a capability to make a contribution. You have a contribution margin to your story. You have something that you can add that is more than what you consume. Because if what you're consuming is more than what you're adding, then you're not quite an asset. You are a liability. But we can make you an asset. If you have enough money, you help us consume what we produce, and you become an asset in a different way. Well, that's just a joke. The reality is that from the concept of the human mind, we are assets. So to every employer, the deal is that I am signing a contract to pay you a certain amount every 30 days with the hope and aspiration that after that 30 days, after those 30 days, that what you're contributing to my business is significantly higher than what you have taken from the business. Do you understand it? That was why I mentioned about that story where I was still getting paid. But I was getting paid to review annual reports that was not leading to any value to the company directly at that point. Because we didn't have projects. And I got restless. The biggest thing I would tell you today is to be someone who has committed to adding value on a personal level. On a personal level. Let it be your personal commitment to yourself. That irrespective of who is measuring or counting, I'm a person of value. And value is derived by how it helps to elevate others or to reduce pain or to solve problems. Value is not difficult to define. If it solves problems, if it reduces pain, if it elevates others, it is valuable. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, from the viewpoint of being an asset, you have to think at the level of what am I contributing to the equation? What am I contributing to the environment, to the room, to the organization, to the community? I mean, this is a church, for instance. What am I contributing to this community? You know, I pastor a church as well, and sometimes you're trying to encourage people to get into the workforce. And I think about it from a very, very practical side. So you prefer to just come, collect word, collect everything, ambience and all of that, and just walk away and not contribute anything. And you complain, they did not teach our children very well. You understand? You need to think, I'm in this community. Am I benefiting from this community? Yes. Am I contributing to this community? Then that's the real question. So if you take it upon yourself to be a contributor to any environment you walk in, we have solved the problem of being an irreplaceable strategic asset. All right, let me move very quickly. I have just a couple more minutes. So I've talked about assets. Now let's really talk about strategy. Move 2 slides forward. 3 slides, okay. Now, yes, so let's quickly look at this. What does it mean to be strategic? The word strategy there talks about intentionality. You can't talk about strategic thinking if it's not an intentional effort. So there is intentionality with strategy. There is thoughtfulness with strategy, because strategy starts with saying that there is a goal or a problem, and we are trying to come up with a strategy to solving that problem or arriving at that goal or outsmarting a competition, right? So there is intentionality, that's intent. What is the intent of your life? What is the thought around how you're going to go about it? So intentionality and thought are very important. Then strategy is incomplete without a defined plan. 3 things. Did you see that? Intention, thought. So the intention is the why. What are we trying to deal with here? The thought is the unearthing the concept or the problem around what you're dealing with, and how do we, deal with this? And then the plan, what you have inscribed as, okay, this is how I'm going to, go about it. So if you're trying to be a strategic asset, before we talk about irreplaceability, you have to be intentional, you have to be very thoughtful about your career, and then you have to have a plan for your career. Help me nudge your neighbor and say, do you have a career plan? I'll give you this quick advice, and this is something I learned, from reading around, but strongly more from my recent interactions with, China generally as a nation. China, that's the Communist Party. They have a 5-year plan every period, meaning that over the last 70 years, since the quote-unquote independence of China, if you may, they have kept consistently a 5-year plan. So they plan in 5-year cycles. I want to challenge you as a career person to have a 5-year career plan at the minimum. Meaning that from here, if I look 5 years forward, where do I think my career would be? It's so important. In the last roughly 13 years working at SKLD, I've always been at least 3 to 5 years ahead. Today, if you ask me, how far does my plan go with SKLD? It is till 2028 at the minimum. I know the things that I'm pushing forward for between now and 2028. And just while reflecting on it a couple of days ago, I started thinking, okay, let me look at what 2030 looks like. Most people never entertain those kind of thoughts. So it's difficult to be strategic when there is no foresight. When I'm looking 5 years ahead and saying, what would 5 years look like? It forces me to be thoughtful. It forces me to define my intention. And it forces me to outline a plan. So we can't be talking about a strategic asset or a talent if you do not have any plans. Now, the final thing I want to introduce very quickly because of our time is the question of irreplaceability. And I'll move very quickly on that. Can you move to the next slide? Let me just touch on that briefly. Next slide. All right. So there are 3 things that are there when you talk about something that is irreplaceable. In Yoruba, we like to say, it's only God that there is no one like. You know the Yoruba version of it now, right? But the reality is that in making us in our own image, we also uniquely carry that capacity where there's no one quite like you. Tell your neighbor, there's no one like you. Okay, do it this way so you can be sweeter. There's no one like me. With all the 8 billion people in the world, there's none quite like me. And that puts a heavy responsibility on you as much as it excites you. Because if you don't unburden what God has put on the inside of you for the earth, then we have lost you. And we're never going to get you back. So irreplaceability talks about rarity, that you are rare. It says, marvelous are your works, and my soul knows it fully well. So God has put rarity in all of us. Irreplaceability also talks about uniqueness. That you are uniquely crafted and defined in a way that you can contribute to any organization and any room in a way that nobody else can, irrespective of whether you're an extrovert or you're an introvert. Are you listening to me? Oh, I'm an introvert, I can't contribute. No, not quite much. There are rooms where we need some quietness and stillness. There are rooms where we need to have listeners while people are speaking. So everyone contributes something to the conversation. And it's understanding what you bring that helps you to know your unique contribution. And the other thing there is finiteness. The finiteness I want to talk about today, ladies and gentlemen, guys, is that you do not have forever. You know, is a finiteness, quote and unquote, or the believed finiteness of the deposit of gold on the earth that makes it as priced as it is, and the rarity of it, that you can't find it just anywhere. So the finiteness and the rarity, it puts a price on the asset. So if you understand that you are rare, you're unique, and there's a finiteness to your time here, it helps you to price correctly what you bring to the table. It helps you to hone correctly what you have to contribute. And I'll need to quickly wrap up with this. We've talked about asset, we've talked about strategic thinking, and we've talked about being irreplaceable. Now I want to quickly end with the last slide. Can you move to the last slide? Move to the last slide where you have those 4 things. All right. I want to just wrap up with this. Now, this is how to be that irreplaceable strategic asset that we're talking about. These 4 things are just tools that can help you based on how they helped me. You have to build a defined skill, and this is so important. A lot of people want to wing their way through life as what I may call human resource. If we say you're a resource, it is because you're able to solve problems in a certain way. We're able to apply your talent or your skill, your presence into a particular situation, and you're able to deal with it with resourcefulness. The problem is that we have gotten into a generation now where so many things are done for us. It makes it worse now that we have artificial intelligence, that people who could not write very well before now, they can't even give prompt to the AI, because even the AI will be confused. What did you write, sir? Can you come again? We need to understand that skills are going to be even rarer. In an age where there is so much automation, digitization, and there's so much compute power, the human being becomes more and more dependent on machines and less committed to self-development. Thank God for movies, audiobooks, and all of that. But do you know the joy of still holding a paperback and reading? Do you know what it does to your brain? I'm speaking from the lens of building a skill. Building skills will never be short-circuited. It will take time. Many of you have heard about the 10,000-hour rule. What that means is that it takes 10,000 hours of committing to a particular craft on a consistent basis to build mastery at it. Now, mastery is a far-reaching thing. If you're able to come to the plane of mastery, it's great. But even if you're not able to come to the plane of mastery, build the skill you have to a point where you are at least at the top 10% in your industry, because that's what's going to separate you. You come into a room, an interview, and you're being discussed with, and we're asking about the core concept of the interview. Let's say it's finance. I'm asking about budgeting. I'm asking about being able to do financial projections, forecasts, and all. And you don't have the skill. You say, okay, computer can do it. Great. But guess what? I can also use a computer to do it. So why am I hiring you in the first place? You see where I'm going to? So it's important to have a blend of the hard skills and also a mastery of how to use technology to enhance the skills. If you mistakenly replace technology as an enhancer and you use it as the core, you will easily be replaced. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I don't need you if technology is not enhancing what you already have as a baseline. All right? Very quickly there, develop strong execution capability. Let me say this very quickly. Being very strong with your skill does not mean that you're a good executor. You have to think deeply about what I'm saying right now. You can be one of the most skilled persons, but if I give you a project that should take 2 days, 2 weeks, I'm still chasing you because you're struggling with execution. Execution in itself is a skill. But it's not just a skill, it's a discipline. It's a mindset. It's a, I am not going to let this thing wait. I need to get it done now. Do you know how far better your life would be if you did not procrastinate all those things that you said you would do and you never did it? You remember before I came up, she had asked, how many of you saw an opportunity? I said, I'll come back to this. And you never just came back. Many of us in this room will be at least 2 or 3x better than we are today if we had a do-it-now mindset. Doing it now is so important. Execution here is not just about, okay, I have all the Gantt charts and the capacity, the project management skills. It's about the mindset of getting things done immediately. I remember something that Pastor Dele used to say back then. Do it exactly and immediately, as God told you. There is that sense of urgency that someone going somewhere must have, that I need to get it done now. Almost as though if you don't get it done now, you'll never get an opportunity to come back to it. And most times, that's actually the reality of our lives. There's so many things we said we'll come back to. So many books we said we're going to write, we didn't write. Songs we're going to, applications we're going to get involved with, projects we're going to do, businesses we're going to start up, that you just had the concept, but you never came back to it. Now, the next thing there is improve your communication. If you're going to be a person of value and a person who is irreplaceable, do you know that there are so many more people who are less skilled, less talented than you, but who are in positions that are far better than you are today just because they know how to communicate? Communication is such an underrated skill. Nobody knows what you know until you say it. Nobody knows what you're capable of until you communicate it in a way that we can see it. I remember when my dear brother Laulu finished his project. And I think I was out of the country, and you sent out the messages and all of that. I remember then seeing the videos on LinkedIn and seeing, of course, the aerial view of the, estate project that you had built. And I thought to myself, imagine how many more opportunities will come from communicating that I did this. You can finish that project and wait for another 1 year for the next project to come because you said, I want to keep it quiet. I want to keep it, on the low. But when you communicate it strategically and put it in the right places, it triggers the next set of conversations. You can get into an interview and you're the best candidate, but nobody knows because they asked you a question and you were saying, you know what? Let me just tell you how technically deep this thing is. I remember interviewing a gentleman for one of my, the firms I was consulting for. And then I sat before this guy and he said to me that, I just don't want to say what I can do. I have so many hidden talents. I looked at the guy and I was like, this is a new one. You have hidden talents. You're likely going to perish with your hidden talents. Because it will remain hidden for a while. Because nobody's trying to pay for hidden talents. You notice that, right? People are trying to pay for visible valuable talents. And the last point right there is nurture relationships. You can't be a person of value and you don't value relationships. Because human beings are vehicles. Your value will be communicated to the next person through a network. More times than not, it is the network in your circle that will determine how far your talent goes and who pays for it. If only the butler forgot completely about Joseph and said, I don't know who can solve this problem. The guy will rot in jail. You understand? But the butler remembered not just because Joseph told him I interpret dreams, but how Joseph's interpretation of dreams helped him. You see what I'm saying? So it's important to nurture relationships because that's going to help you promote your value than any other thing. Thank you very much.
Come on, we can do that better. Thank you so much, sir. Wow. Wow. Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful and practical session. Please, let's have our seats. I mean, that was so good. Does anybody agree with me? Yeah. I mean, a couple of things actually stood out for me from that really practical, like emphasis on practical session by Mr. Tayo Oshiemi. One of the things that stood out for me was, when he said, every time you're not producing, you're not working according to the original design by God. And it just got me thinking, like, MJ, those mornings, Monday morning when you have that series you didn't finish over the weekend, but that's what you're thinking of Monday morning, right? If I choose to watch that series, well, I don't do it, so please do. I know good life for you now, like, like the grandmother said this morning, right? So each time you're not being productive, it just means that you are not working according to the original design by God, right? And another thing that he shared was that human beings are assets. How many of us believe we're assets here? Yeah, I'm seeing someone doing clock it, like, yeah, I'm an asset. So human beings are assets. Every human has a contribution margin. You have the ability to contribute more than you consume. So you know what? We'd love to also hear from every single one of us here in the room what actually stood out from you from this first keynote session. So there's a QR code that's going to be up on the screen. Or we can just go to wooclap.com. I hope I'm not obstructing anyone from scanning the QR code. So we need everyone to scan the QR code. We just want to hear from you what's one thing, just one line, something that stood out from you. Like, it's a good opportunity for you to also be sure that you actually took something out of that really insightful keynote from Mr. Tayo Oshiemi. So please, let's scan the QR code, or you can just go to wooclap.com. So that's wooclap.com. And if you're on the website, you can enter the event code, which is ODCPPL. All right. How many of us are in already? If you've been able to scan the QR code, let me see your hands. Anybody like that? Okay, we still have a few more people. So I'll just give us about 30 seconds to scan. If you're unable to scan from where you're sitting, you can visit the website, right? wooclap.com, wooclap.com. And you can enter the event code, which is ODCPPL. All right, do we have more people that have been able to access it now? I'm not getting feedback. Do we have more people that have been able to access it now? All right. So I think now we can just transition to sharing our feedback. So just one line, something that stood out for you from that keynote. So let's share. Don't worry, it's anonymous, right? So we just get to see the one-liners from each and every one of us, something that stood out for you. What was your highlight from this session? So we can just type, while we'll enjoy a little bit of music. So what's that one thing that stood out for you? All right, so if you already have some things coming in, media team, you can just help us present it on the screen so we can see some of the feedback from our amazing participants here today at the Leaders and Builders Summit. Okay. So we're just going to see some of the key words, words that are consistent in a number of people's. So you can see value, right? Value is one of the major words that we are saying. I can also see skill. So just like Mr. Tayo shared, a person that is irreplaceable is a person of value. I can also see communicate, okay? Assets, strategic. All right, amazing. So beyond us, having all of this feedback on the screen, it is important that outside of the event, we also apply these things when we go about our daily business. When we resume back at work on Monday, we apply these things. When we're back with our business, we apply every single thing that we have learned today. So now, ladies and gentlemen, are we still here for Leaders and Builders Summit? Okay, let's do a quick test. LBS. Hey, if your neighbor did not say something, just nudge them a bit. Leaders and Builders Summit. Amazing. I have the 1% edge. So right about now, we're going to be moving to our next speaker, who will be bringing a different angle to today's conversations. Mr. Laulu Alabi is a licensed architect, real estate developer, and finance expert serving as Group Chief Executive Officer of Damilare Baker, one of Africa's premium real estate development and consultancy companies. He was personally presented the Lagos State Certificate of Completion and Fitness for Habitation by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. At a ceremony that placed Damilare Baker alongside recipients such as Julius Berger, a recognition he described as an attestation to the company's quality of delivery and commitment to following due process. On his philosophy of building, Mr. Alabi has said, we pride ourselves in saying we don't build what we can't live in. Whenever there is a decision where integrity is put against profit, integrity always wins for us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with that 1% edge energy, please welcome on stage Mr. Laulu Alabi.
Please have a seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's interesting, and it's good to be here. Coming up after PT, Pastor Tayo is something to try to, I have to try to psych myself up. When you come after pastors, pastors have the natural ability to carry people, but Pastor Tayo, thank you so much for that. It was truly insightful. I've known Pastor Tayo right from the days of when Lagos State Polytechnic together, actually. Before we both went to universities. He went to one university, I went to the greatest university. I went to University of Lagos. At least the difference is clear. But we're both at Laspo Tech. We were members of a fellowship. And I think coincidentally, I saw someone who was also a member of our fellowship at the time, Brother Julius. Brother Julius, are you there? I saw him when I was coming in. Thank you very much for coming. He was the prayer secretary at the time. While we were in Laspo Tech, I remember him because whenever he takes the mic to pray, I used to be worried. Because he would say, brethren, the type of prayer I praying today is not the type I prayed before. Sekila Shebai. What have we done? And then he'll start to roll up his trousers. There's problem. You just know that there's problem. And me, I was young. I was like, kilo de kubodo leto. Amen. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Thank you so much. So I'm just going to try to make this conversation as easy as possible, as much as I can. And one of the things I want us, and I imagine that you've come here today to take something out of this place. Listen, you do not need to be in this room if you've come to mark attendance. And I'm telling you, I think the problem is that a lot of us attend so many programs and remain the same way because largely we've come to mark at that. Okay, something in your mind tells you that at least if I go, let me share I go, right? You don't go saying that I'm going here to come out a different person. And it's a mindset. It's what? It's a mindset. And I'm saying that to challenge somebody here today that it would be a waste if you've come here today and you've listened to Mr. Tayo Shemi and you listen to me and you go out without having decisions that you have written down. I'm saying decisions that you have decided that this is what I want to start to do going forward. If you leave here today and you're just excited and then you get out there and nothing changes, the law of physics says that what? It says a body will continue in a what? In a state of rest or what? Or uniform acceleration. Not acceleration, uniform acceleration. Except what? Except something changes its course. Something acts on it externally. And many times, nothing is acting on us externally. And so we're remaining in a state of rest and uniform motion, hoping that somewhere along the line, something would happen and we will blow. You're just hoping that somewhere along the line, there will be the big bang theory. Something will just burst. And then you blow by chance. And I'm saying that you can be here and you can be 70 and you will still not blow by chance. Tayo mentioned something when he said, you have a limited time. The concept of faith, and thank God that most of us are people of faith, is now. The concept of faith is now. And whatever is not now cannot be. And I'll say that again. Whatever is not already now cannot be. You don't become in the process of time. You become by decision. Time only reveals what you have become now. I'll say that again. You do not become in the process of time. You become now. Then time reveals what you have become now. Did somebody get that? And so until you have made a decision now that this is what I am, this is what I have become, this is what I would be, nothing is going to happen on the outside that is going to just take you in that direction. I took decisions at a point in my life that was now decisions. And a lot of times I'm seeing things beginning to happen that are taking the decisions years ago, some of them 10 years back. Some of them 10 years back. Pastor Tayo talked more about being a person of value. He talked about, and one thing as he was speaking, one thing came to me, machines cannot replace leadership. Machines. In other words, there's no way AI will go in this world that it will replace the ability to be a leader. Because machines follow instruction. Are we still together? And until you imbibe the quality of the value of being a leader, wherever you are, leadership does not mean that you have a position. But until you are a leader in your space, then machines can replace you. Until you become a leader in your space, a machine can replace you. And so sometimes I tell people that work in my organization, and I tell them that, listen, there was and as I was speaking, I remember something one guy said to me when he joined our organization, and then when negotiating salary, and he had gone through all of the processes. Then I was, so I was having the last conversation with him, and I wanted to know what, why he wanted to earn what he wanted to earn, and I said to him, one of the things that we're bringing you on for is we want you to take care of this. He said, hey, if only you knew that, I just didn't want to talk. The things I can do, but I will leave it. And I said, what are these things? He said, don't let me talk about it. It's no longer in our organization. And true life story is no longer in our organization. It did not spend more than a year. I still did not see that thing. Maybe next time, if he joins again, I will see that thing. He says that if only you knew. Amen. So I'm saying that being a person of value is not by chance, it's by design. It's by design. Talking about, I don't have slides, he's a management consultant, he has done, so I just speak, I plan for and I speak from my experience. So I don't really have slides, so just bear with me, just be looking at what they have on the screen, and I hope that at the end of this, you will have gotten something or the other, because I'll just share my experiences, with you. I started out from school always knowing I wanted to be an entrepreneur. But there's a why. You must answer your why today. Because if you do not answer your why, you don't, there is nothing that propels you than your why. And your why can be simple. You might not even understand your why properly. Your why sometimes can be as simple as you don't want to be hungry. And it's a good place to start. Because as long as you have a why, you tell yourself that even if it's as simple as I want to be able to provide for my family, there are not too many people that are even able to check that box. If you start and say, I want to be able to provide properly for my family, it's a why. That why can improve as light comes, right? But you might start off by saying, I don't want to be hungry, but God says I want to feed a nation through you. But until you find your why, you can't even find alignment. Are we still together? Are we still together? So you must live here saying, why? Why do I want to do what I want to do? Style, big time entrepreneurs, and as I flipped through it in my sister's house many times then, because she just had a stack of this magazine, I used to tell myself that, why not me? I have a friend in the UK. He just built a property somewhere in the Mere area of Manchester. And now in that area, people, in quotes, of color don't build there. Because the kind of people that build there, they are what you call the owners of the land. Big boys in white skin. And he told himself this same thing. He said when he got to the UK, he told himself, why not me? He said when he looked at these guys on TV and he says, why can't I build here? One of those days I went to see him, and as I passed by, those houses that you don't need to cover your gates. You don't need to, your gate doesn't have to be blocked. In those places, gates are see-through. They want you to see. So you see the cars in the see-through. They don't block their gates, And as I drove towards, I saw the kind of cars, that his neighbors had and all of that. And I said, and I went and he said, that's what it is, that. And he told himself when he got to UK, that why not me? This is where I want to own a house. And I'm trying to say that your why does not have to be very complex to start with. It doesn't have to be very complex, but you must start with a why. Tell your neighbor, you need to start with a why. Tell somebody else, you need to start with a why. Even in Last Tech, I used to be, even though I knew because I knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I was studying civil engineering at the time. I used to register people for visa lottery. Visa lottery, American visa lottery. Because at the time, visa lottery became online. And internet access to internet was not that popular. So I thought that I had the website. I knew where to go. So all I did was I'll print a paper form. You fill your detail on the form. I will now go to the website to go and fill in your details for 150 naira. I might not have, it wasn't what made me a billionaire, but it started a process. I'm saying, what do you have in your hands? You know, that thing that you are despising, that thing that is small that you are despising was given to you by God to start a process in you. The problem is that you look at yourself too big for that thing. You look at yourself, you feel like that thing, you're way past this. You know, when David went to meet Goliath, it was about that he had in his hands. What they said was that whoever cuts the head of Goliath and brings the head of Goliath on a platter, then the person will be the one that the king would give his daughter, would give about, and all of that. David did not have a sword to cut the head of Goliath. What he had was a sling. The problem is that many of us take that sling that you have and you tell yourself, what is this amongst many? You take that sling and you hold it in a defective way. And then your next agenda is to go and start looking for a sword. You forget the focus of taking out Goliath. Your business becomes a business of looking for a sword. You spend the next 10 years looking for a sword when there's a sling in your hand. The Bible says that after he used what was in his hand, the sword that was required to cut off the head of Goliath was lying by Goliath. It was lying by Goliath. What you need for the next step in your life is with you now. That's what I'm telling you. What you need for the next step is with you now. God didn't create you without it. Then I went to University of Lagos, the best university. Okay, let me leave that. And then going into University of Lagos, and I'm going to be as honest as possible with you guys, so that maybe I might find somebody that would relate to my story. So even when I was in Last Tech, I was a very playful person, very very playful. In fact, I was so playful that Brother Julius here, I call him Brother Julius. He used to look and say, "Brother Lalo, you are carnal." That was the first time I heard the word carnal. I said, why so deep? You know, there's a difference between sin and iniquity. You know, sin is when it's iniquity. Amen. But I was very playful. I remember when I wanted to go to University of Lagos, it was even just a conversation I had with one of my friends, Damola Aderibigbe. That's it, yeah. You know, then near Aderibigbe. And she was by the library, and she said, oh, she's going to New York. I'm like, how are you going to? Like, she was going through a program called Diploma at the time. Nice. And I knew that I played a lot in Last Tech. So I knew that my results was not likely to be able to get me direct entry to University of Lagos. So I went to meet my dad. So I said to him that I wanted to go to Unilag. He said, okay, that's fine. You can do a direct entry civil engineering. I said, actually, I don't want to do that civil engineering again. I want to study architecture. He said, why? I said, and I told him that, actually, you know that architecture, changing from civil engineering to architecture using direct entry will be difficult because of the competition. So my dad looked at me. He looked at me, and I remember that stare in his eyes. Looked at me and said, "So how do you want to go to University of Lagos?" I said, "Diploma." He said, "Okay, diploma. How much is it?" I said, 150,000 naira. And 150,000 naira then was a lot of money. And he looked at me with a very small smile. And he said, "I'm not ready to gamble with my money." He said, "Architecture is for serious-minded people." He said, "So here's the deal. You can go and ask your mom. If she's willing to gamble with her money, I will pay her back when you pass." Amen. True life story. He said, "I will pay her back her money when you pass." No, that was not when you enter, when you pass the diploma and get admitted into year 2. You know, so when people look at me and they see how serious I was during diploma, because I knew that this was the last card, and I know what it took my mom to get that money at the time. I knew what it took her, so I knew this was the last card. See, sometimes the reason why you think you are the way you are is that there are not decisions that have been taken over your life. When some decisions have been taken, and sometimes nobody has to take it, you need to take that decision yourself. You will straighten out. You would straighten out. I went to University of Lagos. I did very well diploma. Got admitted to architecture. Of course, went through University of Lagos. Did my master's in architecture. Unfortunately, my dad died just before my final BSc examinations. You know. Of course, he gave my mom back her money, by the way. You know. And then while I was in University of Lagos, I used to show movies in the arts theater. So what I would do on Wednesdays, I would go to Yaba. I would go and buy a CD. This was before Silverbed started. Then I'll take it to Arts Theater. Then somebody came and said they can provide popcorn by the door. Somebody came and said they can provide Zobo by the door. And before you knew it, we had a very nice movie experience every Wednesday in University of Lagos. It didn't make me a billionaire again, but it was building something in me. Because I was going to a place where I told myself I was not going to be a burden to anybody. So I'm talking about decisions. I'm talking about what? Decisions. You must take that decision. Are we still together? So when I talk to young people today, let me tell you something. You are in a generation where it is the easiest time to stand out. I'll say that again. It is the easiest time to stand out because you're in a generation where everything is fast-paced. Nobody is thinking about value anymore. Everybody just wants to make money quickly, right? Everybody in artificial intelligence. So it is so easy if you find somebody who all of a sudden has the old-time values that are no longer available, that person would easily be picked out because you will stand out like a sore thumb. There are people in my organization that I look and I say, this person has the value of an old-timer. You will stand out very easily because nobody gets to work at the time they should get to work anymore. People are ready to leave work even before work is finished. Once it's 5 o'clock, they're out. Nobody wants to spend that extra time anymore. It's all about what? Mental health. I have a friend, one of my very good friends. He works for one of the top oil companies today. One of the top oil companies. He started as a toilet cleaner with KLM. He said to me, he said, Laulu, I realize that if I get to work later than 6 o'clock, the office cannot be clean. And I said, what do you mean? He said, because I realized that all the tiles were white. If I should even though people do not resume until 7, they don't start resuming until 7, 8. He said, Lalu, if I get to work later than 6 o'clock, I realize that my work will not show. Because when I mop before they come, it will still be wet. And then they will start stepping on it because it is wet. And then that floor will never look clean. By 9 o'clock, it's already looking like, was this place cleaned? He said, so you know what? I realized that if my work was going to come out, I needed to get to work much earlier. He said he would get to work at 5:30. He would clean the floor. Before a single person comes into the office, everywhere is dried. Nobody told him to do that. Oh, he went to University of Ife, but don't worry. Let's leave that. Let's leave that. Let's leave that. You know. He finished with a first class in OAU, but let's leave that. That's not a, But that was the kind of value he carried as a toilet cleaner. He will tell me today, if he sees a cleaner, he says he doesn't pity them. He said he doesn't pity them, he doesn't look down on them. Because he was once a toilet cleaner. So that you cannot manipulate him because you're a toilet cleaner. He will tell you his story. So you can't play the victim to him. He says by the time he was leaving KLM, when he was leaving to go to University of Ife, because at the time he needed to pay his way to go to school. He said the person that they had promoted him from being a toilet cleaner, and in fact, he said all the big men he knew, he met them in the toilet. They all just knew him from the toilet. But by the time he was leaving that place, they had promoted him to a weather report analyst. True life story, guys, because they saw that there has to be something about this guy. He told me that there was a broom they gave him that wasn't getting to the corners of the toilets. He went to use the small money they gave him, part of it, to buy another brush that he knew would get to that corner. He said there was never a day that the toilet was dirty or smelling. He said somebody noticed that this guy, he was just a guy that knew that he was just in a position that this was what he needed to do to get him to the next position. He did not despise what was possible. You are too big for the opportunities that will take you up. He went to Ife, finished with first class economics, came out, started to work, and when Pastor was talking about how he had to leave an organization, I remember the story, it just came back to me, how he said that first time he came out and I think he was doing NYC, he was posted to do NYC. And the place where he was posted to do NYC, they told him that, see, there's no work here. Just sign in and sign out. So he went to meet the Oga there. He said, see, I don't want to be useless. This is 1 year of my life. I cannot afford to be useless. Right? If you allow me, let me deploy myself to somewhere I can work. And he said to me then, and time is fast spent, but I'm going to rush through all of this. There's a lot on there to say, but obviously these stories have taken over. And I hope that it will help somebody. And he deployed himself somewhere else, and where he could work. I'll fast forward some of his stories. He said to me that there was a point he got a job in a bank just after NYC. And then he told himself that when he stops learning, he would leave this work. He said every time he came home, every Friday, he would take a note. What have I learned this week? What did I learn this week? He said then after 2 years, he came back home and he saw that there was nothing to write every week. For 4 weeks consecutively, he knew it was time to go. Because he had not learned anything in 4 weeks. He said, and he was too young to not be learning. He said he knew it was time to go. When he went to submit his resignation, his boss said, you've seen another job. We know you've seen it. He said, no, I've not seen any other work, but I know that it is time to leave. This same guy went to a consulting firm. I won't call their name. He went to a consulting firm at some point. He was so good at his job. He said to me, he said, Silaolu, there was a time I never saw the mirror for 1 year. I said, why? He said, every time I was leaving home, there was no light because I had to leave home very early because the salary I was earning was not enough to take me to work and back. So I had to join somebody who I knew was driving in that direction. So I had to wake up early enough to be where the guy was so that they can follow him to work. And then he would now wait for him to also leave work for him to come back home. But he said he never told anybody about his salary, even his employers. He says he will work there till night. That it will not that when the work, he will tell himself that the fact that this guy is not yet ready to go home is good enough time for me to continue working. He says he will work till like 10. When he was going to leave that consulting firm, something had happened. They called him and they said, why are you leaving? I said, no, that he already told you from the beginning that after a while he needs to move to the next. He moved to another consulting firm. When he moved there, remember one of his white bosses came to meet him once and said the guy was maybe his immediate reporting line. And guy said to him to come and do a job that belonged to the boss, right? So he said to the boss, I will do it, but let me finish my own work. And the boss said, no, leave your own work, come and do my own first. He says, I won't be able to do that. Now, let me tell you, when you're a person of value, if you're not a person, don't try it. I said, don't try it. I'm trying to get you to a place where you look at yourself differently. He says he told the boss, he says, I won't be able to, but I will do it. Don't worry, I will do it. It will get done today. The man said, no, you must do it. And they said, okay, no problem. He said that the man was walking out of the office. The man said to him that, you come and meet me for your appraisal. He said that the man was about to step out. He called him by, he said, sir, Emma, sir, but please, sir, don't ever threaten me with my appraisal. He said, I've never lobbied for my appraisal since I've been working in this place. If you tell me that what I've done is good, I take it that is good. If you tell me that it's not good, I take it that it's not good. Because people lobby for these things. He said, but I've never lobbied before. He said, so please, sir, don't ever. He said, I'm so sorry, sir. That will be all. He said, the man looked at him. Are you for real? The man did not say anything. He said, the man left. He said, like a year later, there was a problem that happened in the office. I really don't want to mention the name of that. It's a very popular consulting firm. He said something happened, and they called junior analysts to a disciplinary committee. He said they also brought him into the disciplinary committee. He said as he stepped in, that Oga was one of those on the panel. He said immediately he stepped in and he saw the man. He said the man just looked at him, smiled, and said to guys on the panel, let this one go, it cannot be this one. He said, let this one go, it's not this one. He didn't have a hand in it. I don't have time to share some of the details of his progression. Today, when I saw his salary like 10 years ago when he moved to this oil company, it was not for children. It was not for children. I said 10 years ago. I don't want to tell you just what I'm saying. I said it was a toilet cleaner. What is your excuse? What is your excuse? What do you think it is that, what is the excuse that is holding you back? What is holding you back? When I got into development, I didn't have money. I went with faith and value. There's a lot of notes I wrote here, but I don't know, I've gone in different direction, but I believe that that's what I'm supposed to let you guys have today. One of the things I wrote here is, you must tell yourself, what are you going into the market to sell? And what you're going to sell is not necessarily real estate. Because what I realized that our greatest asset, the greatest thing we sell in my company is trust. The biggest thing I find that we sell that brings people back to us is trust. We identified a lacuna, a gap in a market that was riddled with all sorts of practices, and we breached that gap. Most of our properties do not sell by agents. Most of our properties sell by word of mouth. Somebody that bought, that tells somebody else that you need to go and buy. I was in a meeting somewhere with some people randomly in Marriott at the lobby, and then somebody came and joined us and said, and just heard them mention my name, damn Larry Baker. And the woman said, oh, you're damn Larry Baker. And I said, yes, ma'am. He said, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. And I said, what do you mean? She said that she's in a group of very few, just a close group, most of them top CEOs and all of that. One of the members of the group, who used to be a CEO in, I think a female CEO in Procter & Gamble at the time, before, just before they left, posted a flyer of one of our projects on the group. And all of them, they know each other, and they're like, hey, why are you posting? CEOs don't post flyers in a group of CEOs. You don't post flyers of property that somebody is selling, if you get what I'm trying to say. And they were, that you posted that, and they reached out to her and said, she said, oh, that is the developer I bought my property from. And they have a new property, and I thought that somebody might want to take advantage of it. I can vouch for them. This woman came and said to me that she also bought a property from a developer in Lagos. She can never vouch for the developer. She can never. That somebody in Lagos bought a house from a developer in Lagos developers, and is willing to put a name for a Lagos developer. Whatever you are doing, don't stop doing it. Whatever you are doing, don't stop doing it. Are we still here? It's about what we sell. It's trust. It's integrity. There was a day that we invited someone for one of our openings, for one of our estates. Somebody had bought a house from us for a while, from one of our older estates. And she saw the new estate, she saw the new wardrobes, and she said, oh my God, and this is such a big improvement from what you gave us. So now, wow. And I looked at her and I said, no problem. I called on my staff and I said, you guys should go to our house, go and change all our wardrobes to the new wardrobes we have. I didn't ask them for 1 naira. It's about relationship. Pastor Tayo said something just before he was closing about relationships. Keys don't open doors, people do. Keys do not open doors, people do. You can have a key. Until somebody turns that key, the door will remain shut. That might change some ways and some ways you think. Jesus said, I've given you the keys to the kingdom. Sometimes you need people to help you operate that key. I pray God will help us in Jesus' name. Thank you so much.
Wow. Come on, LBS, we can do that better. Wow, thank you so much, sir. Please, we can have our seats. That was such a rich and very relatable and insightful talk. Thank you very much, sir. How many of us really learned a lot from this talk? All right, amazing. I think for me, one of the things that really stood out for me was when Mr. Laulu started and was like, what do you have in your hands that you can start with? Right, that thing in your hand was given to you by God to start a journey. And I thought the illustration of David and Goliath was really powerful, right? Because David could have had the excuse of, this giant, and I just have a tiny sling. Like, what exactly am I trying to do? I don't know why I keep referencing the spoken words earlier this morning. Like, should I did give myself like this giant and I just want to use a tiny sling? But no. He depended on it, right? That was what he had in his hand. And he believed that was what God was going to use to start his journey. So many of us take that sling we have and say to ourselves, what is this amongst many? And I'm sure some of us can actually relate to it, right? There's probably something that you're going through at this time, or there's something you're doing at this time, and you're like, nah, I have this vision to be the maybe richest man in Africa, and you're almost like, it's probably impossible, right? But from what we've learned today, use that sling in your hand and just believe that it was given to you by God to start a journey. So we'll do that exercise once again. Would love to hear from you. What's something that stood out for you from this talk by Mr. Laulu? So please, we can just scan the QR code. Just one-liner. Something that you're going home with, something that really stood out for you, and highlights from the talk. So if you're unable to scan the code, you can visit wooclap.com, wooclap.com, and you can enter the event code AYEEDJ. So very quickly, we'll do that for the next few minutes. Okay, so we can see some of the responses coming in. Okay, someone says, until you find your... Hey, this thing is moving very fast. Please, media, you can just help take it slowly. All right, so I can see someone says, be a person of value. And then the question, why not me? Right? Machines cannot replace leadership. So for everybody scared that, hey, I was going to say AY. Please, I don't know any AY. AI is going to take your job, right? Something he said was machines cannot replace leadership. Keys don't open doors, people do. Wow. Take the sling in your hand. And then again, I'm saying be a person of value. I think if there's one thing that we can all go home with, is that statement, be a person of value. Why don't you tell someone beside you, be a person of value? If you don't sound convinced, tell the next person beside you, be a person of value. All right, so right about now, we'll be moving to the Q&A session, right? Because I'm sure a number of us have questions for our speakers today. If you have questions, can I see your hands up? Okay, I can see a number of people. So we're going to take live questions this morning. So if you've not thought of your question, you can actually start brewing it and start thinking about your questions. So we'll be having our Q&A session very quickly. Okay, so right about now, would welcome our guest speakers back to the stage. So please, let's celebrate Mr. Tayo and Mr. Laolu as they come up to have their seats. Yes, sir. All right, so like I mentioned, we'll be taking live questions this morning. So if you have a question, so it could be a general question or it could be a question specifically for either Mr. Laolu or Mr. Tayo. Let me see your hand. So we'll just give ourselves numbers so that we can. Okay, so I can see number 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll start with 5. So let's start with 5, right? And then once we see we still have sufficient time, we'll take more questions. All right, so the ushers would go around with the microphone and we can start. Number 1 is right here in front. So please, you can just stand up.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. This is my 3rd time listening to Mr. Tayo. First during the BLEP at Hardy Business School, then during our graduation, and he said something on that day. He said, build. Make sure you build. And today, thank God, I am building something. Now, I want to say something. I want to appreciate Mr. Dami. Because what he is doing, he is touching lives. I'm a Muslim. And this is not a faith program, even though it is embedded in faith. So, thank you very much, sir. And now to my question. When I saw the speakers for today, I looked up Mr. Laolu. I know Mr. Tayo, I'm following him for some time. And I saw that Mr. Laolu is an architect. He works in the exact industry that I am building in. So I just felt, no, today I must be here. Now, Mr. Laolu, I am building something that works in the real estate industry. Actually, I have a building materials company. I produce block. As an execution, I produce block, by the way. And I started seeing that after the BLEP program, I needed to do something to use that education. And I built Build Paddy, a firm that wants to sell trust, just like you do. Our targets are those in the diaspora. But instead of targeting the big guys that can buy properties, we want to target those that want to build themselves and who people are cheating right here in Nigeria. I know you understand what I'm saying, sir. Now, the question is, for real estate developers, how do you address the inefficiencies in procurement? Or do they not exist? For clarity, basically in Nigeria today, if you want to build a building and you send someone out there to buy for you, to buy materials for you, maybe cement or blocks. So you pay for 100 bags. The person go out there, negotiates. Then when they deliver, they steal 20. For blocks, you pay for 1,000. They negotiate, they deliver only 800. So this is a particular pain I have seen for over 10 years in the industry. Does this also happen when it comes to the big guys? Thank you very much, sir.
It does indeed, and it does on mega levels, right? And then the simple answer to that is systems, right? You just need to build a structure. Listen, you can be, even if you are one person in your business, you can have a structure. I'm saying that you start structures before you become big. You don't put structures in when you are big. What I'm saying in essence is, even if you are the accountant, you are the procurement officer, you are the storekeeper, you are the executor. In your books, all those roles must have been set up. Even if you are the one executing all those roles. But you must set up all those roles. Listen, there was a time that my structure was on a flash drive, but it was a structure. In other words, the structure was not yet people, but I had the structure on the system. I had a consultant put a structure together even before people started to fill those roles. Because the simple way around it is systems, right? It's building systems and building structures. And also in the real estate industry, you must hold something. In my own case, I held God. Right? And I'm not even trying to, I'm telling you what happens. There's a day that somebody, one of my guys, one of the guys that work for us, stole cables, rows of cables, and then went, And so when I tell them, so people have seen things enough in my organization to know that don't try some things, right? It took the cable, and then somebody randomly saw him in Oshodi, carrying a bag, and the person called one of the security guards in one of our sites. This guy is the person that called is a friend to a security guard, just an hour, and he said, and when I came to see you the other day, there was this guy I saw, the electrician. I just saw him in Oshodi carrying rolls of cable. I just said I should tell you. In other words, he thinks that he had gone successfully, and a random stranger called the security called the head supervisor. That one called him and said, start coming back now with those cables you are holding. And it's like, no, do you understand what I'm saying? Eventually he came back with the rolls of cables. There's a guy that came to supply cement on our site one day, and as they were counting the cement, my supervisor said to me that when they came to supply the cement, he brought one other guy, and that other guy was wearing white. He said, oh God, they wear white just like you. He said, and the guy was just pacing. He was just pacing as they were unloading the cement and counting. Right? And then when they were done counting, they called me that we finished counting. And strangely, I told them, I said, go and recount that bag of cement. They went to recount and realized that it was short. Eventually, we realized that guy that they brought pacing, he had told them that don't worry, just go there, I will be pacing. When they count it, they will think they have complete. They will not have complete. He was so sure. So that one came to actually say, is that guy that, He told them that we will supply maybe 300 bags, but don't worry, when they will count 400. And then when they come there, I told them, I said, no, go and recount that cement bag. And they came and said, oh, guy, it's not complete. So that's why I said you must hold something. And in this scenario, we hold God as part of he's part of a member of our organization. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, sir. All right, so we'll have the second person. But please, I think we should use this format. So you start by telling us your name, what you do, and you have 30 seconds to ask your question.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sirs. Thank you very much for the enlightening session. My name is Oluwanifemi Ajibola, and I'm an oncology researcher. So my question is, oncology researcher. So how do we address the issue of multipotentiality? I've heard of concept that, people have different potentials or they have different skills. So does the person have to shelf the other skill and pick just one skill to define himself or herself in this fast-pacing environment? How do you stand out, even if you're a multipotentialist?
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Tayesa.
That's a very good question for someone like me. Over the course of my career, I have found myself in such situations where I feel like I have skills that I can explore in different ways. And I think it can get daunting if you're trying to push multiple things at the same time. So I have devised a formula that I not only apply, but I also encourage people to apply. Stay long enough with one thing till you have some measure of success in that thing. And when I say some measure of success, I can't define that for you, but you would know when you have a certain measure of mastery of that thing, that people already know you with that thing. Because life is a string of connected events. When you are too quick to jump into the next thing, nobody has a sense of the reputation you've built in that thing, so they cannot refer you or connect the success you've built in one thing with the other. So that's the danger of trying too many things at the same time. You know, when people start out as an entrepreneur and from the get-go, they're doing multiple things at the same time. It's very difficult for any investor to take you seriously and a client to take you seriously because they see that you're already doing so many things at the same time. Now, this does not remove the fact that there are some times where you have connected services. Let's say, for instance, in my own case, let's say hypothetically you are a fashion designer. And in that space, you also do sales or you trade fabrics. That's connected, you understand? That can be batched together. But you're a fashion designer, a hairstylist, a caterer by night, you know, a social media expert, all in one. And all these businesses, multiple businesses, all in a briefcase. Focus on one thing. Build it to a certain level of competence and to a certain level of success where you've built reputation doing that thing. Because the game changer is not even the skill. Something that Laulu mentioned here, which is something that has continued to reverberate in the room, is not the skill as part of the bare bones skill. It is the reputation you build behind the delivery of it, which in his case is mentioned trust. In my case, I mentioned execution. These are all the things that, you understand, that's the core. Because there are too many oncology experts. Maybe not that many, but there are quite a number of people. But what will differentiate you will be how you do your thing. So the how that you do your thing is your trademark. That's your reputation right there. That becomes your logo, and that's what people then, they transfer what you do with oncology to the next thing you are going to do. For instance, he's made quite a reputation in real estate. If he started a finance company today, people will attribute the same level of trust in his real estate business into finance. It's what it is. That's how it's going to happen. So that's what you should do. And you need time to build that reputation. So it's not that you're going to abandon the skill or the capacity you have, but you need time to build reputation with the one thing so that when you transfer it, the real value you're taking, which is the way you do things, is then moved to the other thing you're doing.
So good.
What he said.
Yeah, what he said. Thank you very much, sir. All right, can we go to the third person? Thank you. Someone around here? Okay. Please, your name, what you do, and 30 seconds to ask your question.
Thank you so much for the section. I'm a nursing student, and I also sell books. My name is Oluwale Bemisola. Also, my question is that I want to ask, how do you deal with technology rivalry? In the sense that I sell books, but people like to read ebooks. An ebook to me is like a rivalry to my business. So I try to sell thrifted books because I feel like most of the issue is that books are expensive. So I try to sell thrifted books, but most people still lean towards ebooks. So how do I go about that? Makes sense.
Okay, that just sounds like it's like you need a strategy session, you know. So if I get you right, you sell hard copy books. You said restricted books. Is that what you said?
Thrifted books.
Thrifted books, which are okay. So you sell thrifted books. Okay, so but you have a competition which is ebooks, right? And so you're thinking that how can you create a market? Pastor Tayo was speaking and he mentioned something about the fact that there's the value that comes from still holding hard copy sometimes, Without going into so much strategy, I would just say that you might want to find the why in the hard copy, right? You might want to say that why would somebody prefer a hard copy book? Or what can I sell to someone that would make them prefer a hard copy book to an ebook? And it might just be you building, you might have to build something around, because people subscribe to how they feel, not necessarily what it is. You know, on the road to Emmaus, they said, did our hearts not burn within us when he spoke to us? So sometimes you might need to create something around what you're doing that would make people feel a certain way about what you're doing, that would make them prefer it to the other options out there. It's not necessarily, it might be the same book, but what you want to do is you want to find a way to create something around it that gives them a certain type of feeling, for why they should subscribe to a hard copy book, as opposed to, like I said, somebody here today listening to Pastor Tai might have decided that I need to start reading hard copy books. Just by the way he spoke about something, you might have taken a decision that actually maybe I should get I have people that when they speak to you about hard copy Bibles, you won't use YouVersion again. You will just go and that this hard copy, there's some revelation that is inside this hard copy that I'm not seeing on the pages of my phone, and so it's about that feeling that people feel,
And just to add to that, so when you have a business, you have to properly understand the target audience that your business is built around. A book business, a book selling business, and a thrift book selling business is a niche. It's a niche business. So it's important for you to have done a proper evaluation of who are my target audience. And one of the things Lalo mentioned is that then you create a community around that and create an emotional connection to the value you're bringing. Now, obviously, a book selling business is probably not going to make you $1 billion. Probably. Not impossible. Probably not going to make you $1 billion. But if you are going to stay with that business, you can create value within the business in a way that separates you from others. I was watching this very powerful motivational speaker, one of the most powerful, Jim Rohn, and he said one of the 3 things that you bequeath to your children beyond money, one of them is your library, your physical library. And just like you said, it gave me an emotional connection to books from that very moment. I have a decent library. But even much more, I said, okay, so these books are not just books. They are books that I'm going to give to the next generation. That these were the books that helped me. So the key there for my dear sister is find a way to, see, what is popular and available is ebooks. So that's mass market. Well, what you're talking about right now is not a problem that you alone are facing. Big publishers like New York Times are dealing with it. They've moved from physical prints to technology distribution. So if you're going to stick with thrift books or books, what about stuff like, when she said thrift said, I thought she said restricted. So are there restricted books? Maybe what you said was Rema. Because obviously there are books that are not available in e-copy. So you're already creating a competition for yourself if you're trying to sell a physical book that is, abundantly available digitally. So that's one. The other thing is, who are your target audience? The niche. I'll give an example. When I was doing a particular program in Lagos Business School, we were demanded to buy some certain titles and we were demanded to have the physical copies in Lagos Business School. And it was a very expensive book. The book was On Writing Well. I think I shared that book with you one time. That book, we needed to buy almost 60 copies. And whoever was supplying that book, I think each book cost almost 25,000. So you see that was a niche audience where we needed to get a physical copy of the book for the program. So you need to then say, okay, who are my target audience? Do I have access to the people that can buy the volumes that will give me the kind of money that would keep me fresh? Because you don't want to do business and every profit you make, you're just trying to survive. I'm trying to eat. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Wow, that was a free masterclass and strategy session. Thank you, sir. Okay, so I think I have 2 more people. Yeah, Maxwell.
Thank you so much, sir, for the section. They were mind-blowing, instructing, and also a charge. And to our senior pastor, my senior pastor, for organizing this section. I mean, it's so much of a privilege. Thank you so much, Pastor, sir. So, myself, I am Maxwell Igwogo. I'm a lawyer, and I work with the Nigeria Artificial Intelligence Research Lab as a AI governance professional. And my question is this, sir. In my job, it is easy, just small thing, and you're being referred to as a professional. But you know as an expert, not just a professional. And most time when people want to put my flyer in some stuff and I tell them, just put me as a PhD researcher, they said, no, it's AI governance expert. But I run away from that expert. Reason is that I see that the rigor I put into other stuff to get the result is not this is not the same rigor I put into AI governance, and what they are clapping and celebrating is not the same thing. It's just more like small thing, and I'm a bit wary with that. And I was thinking maybe it's because of this climb, maybe there's no much people, that's why it's mind-blowing. And I get to compete with other people in other climb, and yes, share my thoughts, it's amazing, and they keep me with that. So I've been having a battle, and that battle was, I think I should do other thing that I feel gives me that rigor I used to put in order of my work. But then you shared something here that value is that we should build value, but it is, for instance, if you have a core value in, like, to build a core value in what you do. And it got me thinking again, this is the same thing. I don't know how to agree that this thing I'm putting this little effort with this magnified results that other people see, I don't see it of a much value, and I'm almost tempted to want to do other things to give me that satisfaction of value. So that's the confusion I have. Thank you, sir.
This is Unilag throwing OAU on the podium. Anyways, very, very interesting dilemma you have. And I like the way you're thinking about it. Why I like the way you're thinking about it is that it's a restless soul that will change the world. What I sense is you're restless about the fact that you're not putting in the kind of effort you think you should put in, yet you're being celebrated. Not everybody has that kind of mindset. And I want to say to everyone in the room, that's the mindset of a winner. Don't let outside validation determine the effort you put into developing your life. Because people will validate based on the prevailing level of success. If you're in the village and you happen to have a motorcycle, you're a big boy. A motorcycle, where everybody has bicycles, you have a motorcycle. Then you now have an electric motorcycle. In fact, you understand, you are the king. But it takes you understanding that there's a bigger worldview. And what you have said, this is what I would say. What is the commanding height of the field that you are in? Don't run away, because it does look like God has given you an opportunity right there. But the question is, what's the commanding height? What's the highest definition of AI governance, for instance? You understand? Who in your circle, not necessarily accessible to you, who in that sector is the biggest name, the most significant personality, wherever they are in the world, including far-flung places like Asia? Because sometimes when you're looking at America, you may just be thinking myopic. And I say that because I generally feel like, the West has, mastered the art of marketing and giving you a lot of sense of, they're on top of everything. But sometimes the world is way bigger than the West. And I'll just leave it at that. All right? So it is that kind of personality and the body of work they have done that you use to inspire yourself, that this is the height that is possible. Then you start developing your 10,000 hours to achieve that. You see what I'm saying? Because the future is obviously driven by, tech and artificial intelligence. That's where the future is. That is simply where the future is. So if you happen to be lucky to be in the place where you're already being called an expert, I'm happy that you feel uneasy. But don't use that unease to abandon what God has put in your hand and say, oh, these people want to crown me king. Let me go and look for something that is harder, something that is more work. Rather, dig a well there. Just like Isaac dug a well. And when they said, oh, this well, we're going to contend with you, he moved and dug another well. But he didn't stop digging wells. It's the same thing. So dig deeper into the matter by looking for a model that inspires you, that stirs your mind to see the possibility. And guess what? Sometimes, even when you look at the model and the model doesn't inspire you enough, God can give you a blueprint that nobody else has seen in terms of what can be from what you're doing. Because it's not everything that you will find people who have walked the exact path. There are some seeds, dreams, and aspirations that God will give you that there is no one in your circle that has done it before. Then you can, literally trust him to take you to a place where nobody has been before.
Wow, so good. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, because of our time, we'll take the one last person. I know there was one last person from here. I now cannot remember who it was. But I think we've taken a couple people from here. We've taken one from here. So we can just take one from there. So I can see a lady behind Risa. And but not to worry, in case we're not able to take your questions now, the team would put up a link, a form link where you can drop your questions and would ensure you get answers, and we'll get those answers across to you. So not to worry if we're not able to get your questions now, just for the sake of our time. All right, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Ibukolua. My question is from Satire. You mentioned the importance of nurturing relationships at work. So my question is, how do you manage or navigate building strong relationships or strong connections at work without it crossing into something that feels like people-pleasing or, for lack of a better word, high service? Because in the environment I'm in, for you to have something strong or a good connection with someone that you look up to, you need to do a level of eye service. So how do you manage that?
A response might shock you.
Sorry. To add to that, I've had conversations with people, and they say things like, you got to do what you got to do to get what you want.
Yeah. Okay. That's a contextual statement. You got to do what you got to do. All right. So my response is this, and I'm going to ask Mr. Lalo to also chime in on this particular one, because when it comes to relationships in his industry, it's even a bigger deal, because when you talk about trust, you're talking about multi-million naira deals in every way. Without relationships. But here is it. In a work environment, I don't know what sector you're in, but the first thing is we like to label certain things as negative when there's no hard evidence that is negative. People pleasing is not a negative thing. It's not. If I'm your boss and I'm not pleased, I'm sorry, you're going to struggle. It's not a negative thing, but I don't want you to get me wrong. There's a negative side. But if the quality of my work stands where it stands, but my boss is not pleased, I'm still doing something wrong. That means I'm not communicating the value that I'm bringing. You know, most of what we call managing up is managing your boss. And in managing your boss, you have to come correct. Your boss has to see you, you have to deliver value and be seen as delivering value. Two things. You have to deliver value and be seen as delivering value. To be seen as delivering value, you need to position correctly. And they need to see that work and be pleased with your work. Do you understand? And I don't want to, just start throwing in scriptural references and all of that, but there's a concept of your work making the heart of others glad. They're pleased with you. And some of it is how you communicate it, not even just the work. You understand? So people pleasing, dear brothers and sisters, is part of your job. But you're not pleasing people in the absence of value. That's the missing link. People say people pleasing. If you do good work for me, I'll be pleased. But if you do good work and you just leave it there, I say, okay, go and take your work. It's great work, but everything around you doesn't communicate that, sense of delight. I take the quality of work you're giving me, but I'm not chumming with you because you're not smiling. Your face is so hard. You deliver serious Excel work, but your face is hard. I can see the numbers. I like the numbers, but I don't like your face. It's going to affect your promotion now. It's just what it is. So the example is this: two people. This person does great and excellent work, but has a great relationship management skills. This person has great and excellent work, does not care for, in fact, 5 o'clock is out. He's going to deliver his task, but he doesn't want to talk to anybody. On weekends, his phone is off. Who is the boss going to promote if they have the same boss? Who are they going to promote? The guy that has great relationship skills, that knows the birthday of his boss and buys a small gift. That's people pleasing, Oshay, Buys a small gift. That's people pleasing. But guess what? That is a deposit in the emotional bank of his boss. And people act emotionally first. That's what he said. And that's the truth. People act from a place of emotion first before logic. If logic is equal, emotion will give you an edge. If logic is not equal, but very close, emotion will still give you an edge. You need logic to be very far apart for emotion to fail you. Do you see what I'm saying? So invest in relationships. Please your colleagues and your boss. From time to time, you're going to work. Buy donuts for everybody in that cubicle there. I'm telling you, because sometimes that donut will make them, when something's about to happen, they'll say, this person, no, nobody should. Don't be a nasty, great staff. Be a very warm, endearing, kind, relatable, professional person. That's what works. God bless you.
Okay, so if I were just to add that awesome thought, I would just say yes, indeed. I had a driver, his face was too strong. It was so strong. It took my wife to work sometime, and then my pastor, my wife works with my pastor. My pastor came and said, Toby is strong. If you see our driver's face, it's too strong. And I knew it wasn't going to last. Because it was apart from his issues, he was very good at what he did, but I wasn't looking forward to being driven by him. I wasn't just looking forward to being driven by him. My daughter had to say to me once, why is he always angry? And I said, he's not angry. That's just the way his face is. So yes, indeed, there's a place of people wanting to be with you, beside you. Even if you are very good, you also should create an atmosphere where miracles happen. As much as possible. And the Bible says the gift of a man makes room for him. That word gift is not talent too. That gift in that scripture is not talent. It's actually the giving. What does that mean? That means that you don't have to be a billionaire to give gifts. It's in the little things, like he said. In my industry, for instance, there are authorities that come to the authorities that come to check your work and all of those things. One thing we would not do, we would not cut corners. So there was one guy that came one day from the ministry, and then he started measuring. He wanted to measure. And then my staff, the supervisors, the engineers on ground, those ones were laughing because they're like, obviously he has not heard of Damnary Baker. Most people don't bother trying to come and measure because they know they will not find anything. And the reason why some of those guys measure is not because they really want to make sure you come. It's because they want to catch you for something that you will now come and say, you see what I'm saying? So this guy was measuring. So when I just got to that site and I said, oh God, there's one guy, he has gone inside, he's been measuring. And I said, you people should allow him do his job. And he said, yes. So after a while, I think he heard I was around and he had measured a lot and he had not found anything. And so he now came and said, you know what? Don't let me measure the rest. Or God, I said, no. I said, no. You have to finish what you have started. Do you understand? You must finish what you have started. I said, okay, I said, I'm not worried. I just want you to finish what you have started. And then eventually he went, and then when it was done, he said, okay, now wow. And I told him, I said, now, a lot of those guys, they know that they won't find infringement on our sites. But guess what? When they are going, we give them money for fuel. Thank you for coming. What you have done is that you have made friends. Right? You have made friends. You have not bribed anybody, but you have made friends. To bribe you is to give you money for something that I've done wrong. I've not done anything wrong. But I've made friends. I call for favors on behalf of people. What to take people 3 weeks to get, I get it in 2 days. Because I've made friends. While doing the right things. And a gift that you give when you have done the right thing carries weight. Did you hear what I said? A gift you give when you have done the right thing carries a lot of weight. It is not the same thing as a gift, what you give when you have done the wrong thing. They're miles apart. Because people know that you didn't give me this because you needed me to do so. You just gave it to me from goodwill. So I'll say to you that nurture relationships, build relationships, and sometimes nurture relationships might cost you. Sometimes, right? But it goes a long way. It would always repay. It would always repay. Remember when David was going to go after, when he was going to go, it was to fight, to recover, and then he met that guy on the way that they are treated badly. Do you remember that story? Sometimes, there's some adages that we say that sometimes I work against. Or in Yoruba, for instance, they say that "Entoba ma fun e ni asho wa koko wo nkan to nwo." That's how you miss angels sometimes. That's how you miss the visitation of angels sometimes. That adage is good. It has its place. But I'm saying that is also how you can miss the visitation of angels sometimes, because you look at somebody and you look and say, what good can this person offer? I'll quickly share a short story. There was a time, maybe 10, 15 years ago, a friend of mine wanted to sell a car, and that was when I learned that lesson. And there was this Awusa guy, he was a Megad, that had a son that lived in my grandmom's house, and the guy came up to me and said, I heard that Auntie Kenny wants to sell this car. It was close to a brand new car. And we had used the connections we had. Nobody was coming from. And the guy said, I might be able to help you sell it. And you looked at him. Is the Aboki's son in your grandmother's compound? And you're like, dude, really? And don't misuse access now. The car then was about 3 million naira. But something inside me just said, what do you lose? And I said, just to humor him, go and bring the buyer. This was on Friday. This was on Thursday. People of God, on Friday morning or Saturday morning, the guy said he has somebody with cash, not transfer. That the guy brought cash. I was even afraid. I said, he brought cash, but I said, no, you should go to the bank. We'll wait till Monday. Let him, because I was afraid to even collect because I wasn't sure. And they said, okay, the guy said he'll wait. And they went on Monday, they paid the money to buy the car. It taught me a lesson. I learned a lesson that day. That many times it is that thing in your hand. That what God will use to do what he wants to do, he has placed it around you. There is nobody that is without the next step. There is nobody that is without the next step in your possession. I'm saying that which will take you to where you need to get to eventually, the next step is with you. I promise you, God did not create you without it. The next step is with you. And many times, the question is, God, open my eyes. The prayer that I may see what I'm despising. that I may see what I am looking down on. Open my eyes that I may see what I'm looking down on. The next step is with you. And as a closing thought, I said it in my submission. I said, don't play with trust. Trust is collateral. Trust is capital. The reason why a bank is called Guaranteed Trust Bank is because trust is not an emotional word. It's a financial word. I'm saying that if you look in your environment now, you know the people that if they ask you for 10 naira, you would go and check whether the sun is really out. They ask you for 1,000 naira, you would, this person. There are people in your environment that if they ask you for 5 million and they say they will give you tomorrow, you know they would give you. You already know those people. As you are sitting here, scan through your head, you know those two sets of people. That somebody that will ask you for 1 million, if you have it and he says you give back, you would give. Somebody else will ask for 50,000, but you, this money, I know that. You know what? You already see, as you are sitting here, you know those people in your heart. That is the difference between trust. And sometimes what you have done is you mortgaged the capital for your next business on the basis of a morsel of bread. Somebody borrows you 1,000 naira. It's time to pay back. You said, because there are young people here, that's why I'm telling you this. You say, is it not just 1,000? Why are you disturbing me? What you are mortgaging is a collateral for your future business. I told you guys that when we started real estate, I didn't have, maybe if I had money in my account, maybe 1 million. If I did, right, the first 50 million naira I got was from friends and family who said, I don't have money. One of them said, I don't have the money, but I know someone that has. I can stand as a guarantor for you because I trust you. And somebody gave me then about 20 million naira. I can't forget. Because a friend of mine trusted me. So I'm saying to you that recently, maybe just last week, somebody came up to me and said to me that I've heard so much about Damna Rebecca. We have access to about 100 million USD if you need the money for expansion. And I said, we'll think about it. I'm saying to you that capital is not your problem. Trust is what is missing. I'm saying there's capital all over the place. Nigeria is not your problem. Nigeria is not your problem. And in this your journey, stop bloodshed. Stop bloodshed. It will count against you. And what is bloodshed? When you use your mouth to slander people, or you say things you don't know things about, all in the name of you also want to have an opinion. And you just say things about people, you slander people, you do all of that. David, in all of his might, in all of his glory, in everything, God said, you can't build this temple. There's too much blood on your hands. Stop the bloodshed. Wish people well. When you hear things is going on for somebody, wish them well. Pray for people. You don't have to join every conversation in the name of having an opinion. Don't mind them. That's the way they are. Only God knows where they got their money from. Right? You don't have to join every conversation. Keep your mouth, keep your life, keep your business, keep your future. Thank you very much.
Wow. I mean, so much wisdom, so much to unpack from this session. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you, Mr. Tayo. Thank you, Mr. Laolu. Please, with a standing ovation, let's celebrate our speakers as they return to their seats. Come on, we can do that better. Thank you very much, sirs. Wow, once again, please, let's give them a resounding round of applause. If you know you've been able to learn a thing or two from both speakers, amazing. All right, let's have our seats. So we still have a number of things planned for us, but don't worry, we'll be out of here in a minute. Right. Just to also remind us, let's keep the conversations going on social media. The official hashtag for today's event is hashtag LBS 2026, hashtag Leaders and Business Summit. So take pictures. We have a photo booth as well. So please do not be in a hurry. Don't rush immediately after the event. Take pictures. The new person you met, the person you networked with, right? Take pictures with them. Preserve these memories Post on Instagram, on Twitter, share some of the nuggets, some of the things that you've learned from both speakers as well across social media. And now is also a good time to encourage you to follow us on social media. So you can bring out your phones. I'll give us 30 seconds actually. Open your Instagram app and just search for @PowerPoint Tribe. So you can follow us and then tag us when you share your posts, share your pictures, and we would really love to engage. Okay, so I actually have 2 gifts that I want to give out to people today. I'm in that mood. I know it's not Christmas yet, but I feel like giving out 2 gifts. So I have a very simple exercise for us, right? Very quickly. If you know you can tell us, why am I feeling like an examiner? Everybody's so quiet. Don't worry, it's not work. So if you know you can tell us the first thing either of the speakers said when they came on stage. So either Mr. Laolu or Mr. Tayo, the first thing they said when they came on stage, if you can tell me, I have a prize for you. Easy peasy. And it might just be something very simple. Do I have anybody that wants to try? Okay, I have one person. Please, you can rise on your feet. Okay, I have the second person. I'll take 3 people, so you can stand up. That's Joy, Abby. Yeah, you can stand up. One more person. Anybody wants to give it a trial here? Okay, yeah, you can stand up. All right, so you'd start the first person. You tell us your name. And then whichever speaker you want to tell us the first thing they said when they came up on stage.
Okay, my name is Olatupo Oluwafemi. And the first thing Mr. Olaolu said was, you can have your seat.
Actually, I don't know, but let's hear from the second person. I think that was Joy. Yeah. Let's hear from the second person. I'll check my VAR.
My name is Joy, and from Mr. Tayo, he said...
Tayo.
Tayo.
Yeah.
The goal was never for survivor.
The goal. So that was the first thing he said when he came on stage. Okay, I'll check my VAR. Thank you. All right, let's have the final person. Who are those people raising that? I can't see you people. Don't worry.
Good evening. My name is Esther. So the first thing that Mr. Tayo said was, what makes you different from the person next to you?
What makes you different from the person next to you? So who do we think actually was correct? Is it the first, second, or third person? If you think the first person was correct, I don't know, just shout LBS. Okay, if you think the second person was correct, shout LBS. If you think the third person was correct, shout LBS. Okay, so actually, the first person was actually, please let's celebrate him. So don't worry, you've won yourself a free copy of the Pathfinder by Pastor Dami. So the first thing Pastor Tayo actually said was, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I know, right? And the first thing Mr. Laolu said was, please let's have our seats. And then he added, thank you very much. So please, once again, let's celebrate Oluwafemi. All right, so now we're moving to another segment of today's summit. And this is the point where you ask your neighbor, are you ready? It's about to get intense in here. We're about to have a debate session. When was the last time you experienced a debate session? Good. Good morning. This thing, I've even forgotten those lines. But don't worry, not to worry. We're about to have a very interesting and engaging debate session right about now. So right now, I'm going to welcome the moderator of this debate session. He's going to introduce the topic and is also going to introduce our debater. So with some LBS energy, let's welcome to the stage Director Gabriel.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, it feels so good to be here. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, mom. It was a really good session today. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, LBS, how are we doing today? I hope it's been value for our time. So we really sound very unsure. I hope it's been value for our time. All right, good. So like it has been said, we'll be having a very, not too combative session, right? And I would ask, so what is the meaning of LBS again? Okay, so do you notice that you can be both a leader and a builder, either as an entrepreneur or as a career person. Do we notice that? All right. So today we'll have two debaters that will be speaking they'll be speaking on a specific topic, and I also want us to get prepared because we'll also have the opportunity to share our thoughts, all right, as participants as well. I hope that's fine. Okay, great. Now, remember, there are a lot of things that we have heard today, and I believe that these are things that we can also apply with the conversation we're going into. Now, the motion that has been set before us, all right, the motion that has been set before us is between the career professional and the entrepreneur, who carries the greater responsibility for national development? Did we get that? We have the entrepreneur and we have the who? Exactly. Who carries what? The greater responsibility of what? National development. Great. So, for this session, so we have, okay, who are you even cheering for first? You're already cheering. You don't know who you are cheering for, but it's all good. So, we have two participants who will be, leading this conversation. And the first person we have will be arguing for the entrepreneur standpoint, right? That is, as entrepreneurs, they carry the highest responsibility for national development. And, pushing that narrative will be none other than Adeboye. Let's jam our hands together for Adeboye. All right. Cheer for Adeboye. Let's jam our hands together as Mr. Tyre lives. All right. Thank you. That's not your height now. Find your height. Okay, good. All right. And on the other side of the conversation, who will be arguing for the career professional, we have Vex, but it's fine, all right? The delectable Ochoa. Let's jam our hands together for Ochoa. Wait, but actually this shout is more than, wait. Oh, I think I'm understanding now. It's like the people that are shouting the more, they are the career people. Entrepreneurs, how far now? Oh yeah, wait. Let's get a sense of the room. If you're an entrepreneur, cheer your guy. So wait, it's like some of you have not found your why. You need to find your why. All right? Career people, can I hear you? Okay, we'll do with that. All right, so all right, so here's how it's going to work. All right, here's how it's going to work. Now, each participant or each debater, yes, don't think we will do debate. So sorry. So each debater has 5 minutes, right, for their opening statement, right? Then they have another 3 minutes to counter each other's statement. That you have your counter argument for the, to oppose your opponent, right? That's 3 minutes. Then another 2 minutes to rebut, everything that has been said. Do you understand? So they have 3 opportunities to pass across to you, the audience, the reason why their argument is valid. Is that fair? All right. Now, in addition, I have to say, because they don't know this, but it's a new spin that has been added. So we have judges in the auditorium. All right? So back in the day when we were in secondary school, say, panel of judges, mark exactly. The panel of judges in this case, you do not know who they are. So you have to please everybody. You see? Good. All right. Now, once they are done with their rebuttals, right, there's going to be an opportunity for members of the audience to also throw one or two jabs into the conversation. Wait, Chief, it's like you're 9 to 5, you're an entrepreneur, Abi. You'd not want to adjust mic for the... Oh, it's fine for you, Abi. You see, I have to fight for you too. It's what it is. All right, so are we good? Media team, do we have our timers ready? So, I want to now ask, are we going to do the gentleman? Are we going to go the gentleman way of saying ladies first? Eh? We are not ladies first here. You say? You want to do ballot? All these equity things, calm down. Don't worry. By the power vested on me, the man will lead the way. Yes. So, like we've said, the first 5 minutes for your opening statement, next 3 minutes for your counter argument, then the last 2 minutes for your rebuttal. So I'd suggest to everyone in the auditorium, take notes where you have to take notes, and I would also suggest that you come up with opinions that you can share with us to further bolster the sides that you prefer to bolster. So are we good to go? All right. Media team, can we have mic checks to be sure that our participants our debaters are good? Toby? Because I don't want to hear transmission.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, great. Good to hear you, all right?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, okay. Is that loud enough?
Hello, everyone.
No. It's not loud. Loud this thing. So that the career people are not left behind. All right, so media team, please help. Okay, the timer is on the... Don't worry, you don't have to bother with the timer, okay? Okay, it's also up there, right? Just so that you're good. You see, I have catered to all of you. So, without any further ado, Mr. Toby, let's have you. Thank you.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Do you know that we would be unable to gather here today as we have if not for the contribution of a field entrepreneur? His name is Charles Goodyear. In the early 1800s, tire was nothing because it was useful during winter and then it melts during the summer. It was pointless. But Goodyear picked up a vision. He decided, I'm going to make tire useful. So he began to invest all he had. And trust me, he invested all he had and did not find a breakthrough. He started borrowing money. At some point, he could not pay those loans. He was sentenced to prison. He served his sentence, came out, and continued on the same course. Tires, rubbers will be useful. And he succeeded. But he died a poor man because it took too long. The topic before us today is between a career professional and an entrepreneur, who is more important or responsible for the course of national development? Of course, a career professional, a 9-to-5 person, as we like to say. An entrepreneur, someone that goes out, creates a business, sometimes creates an industry, sometimes has so much skin in the game. Who do you think is more important? From my perspective, it's a very simple answer. Both parties are very important, but the entrepreneur is much more important. Now I'm going to give 3 rationales for my position. My first rationale would be the nature of their primary objective. For a career person or an employee, your primary responsibility is to fulfill the job role that the entrepreneur has set for you. Whether that job role contributes to national development or not is not important. All you need to do is fulfill that job role, get paid, and move along. From the perspective of an entrepreneur, however, you only succeed when you find solutions to problems. And solutions are not enough. Just like Goodyear found out. He died poor. The market has to accept your solution. You present your solution to the market evaluates it. If they accept it, you are made. If they reject it, you are bust. Guess what? The relationship between an entrepreneur and national development is a direct one. The employee or career professional only piggybacks on that relationship. And if that's the case, then the entrepreneur is directly much more responsible for the cause of national development than the employee. My second argument today would be employment creation. Guess what? Employees are awesome. Employees are fantastic, right? But as we know, who creates the jobs? The entrepreneur. And guess what? For national development, without the creation of jobs, there can be no development. That's a well-known fact. But who are the primary creators of jobs across the world? Over 83% of the global job is created by the private sector, that is, by entrepreneurs. In developing countries like Nigeria, that number jumps up to over 90%. Over 90% of jobs are created by entrepreneurs. If they create the jobs, and jobs are fundamental to the cause of national development, then they are definitely more responsible for the cause of national development than the employees. My time is very fast spent, so I'll jump to my conclusion. I'll come back with my third argument. You see, Goodyear died poor, but in the year 1898, a tire company started, and they named it Goodyear just to honor him. He didn't get money, his children didn't get money, but what he invented and pushed to the market lived past him. Goodyear Tire is one of the biggest tire companies in the world till today. All of us came here in cars. Tires, rubbers are fitly integrated into our system, into our everyday system, and that's because of the work of an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs are without doubt more important, more responsible for national development than employees.
Awesome. Thank you. That was good. All right. Let's shoot a clock and have Ochoa. Wait, the clock isn't set. Media, are we good? Okay, media. Thank you. Your time starts now.
Alexander Hamilton, one of the founding fathers of America, who got that title not because he actually found the soil which America was built, but because he served as a skilled professional in the army and served as the first U.S. Secretary of the Treasury. He built the foundation of the financial system that we so much love, and he didn't do that as an entrepreneur. Good day, everyone. I am Ochoa Omoidonije, and I stand to present the case that career professionals have a greater responsibility in national development. I'm going to give a local context similar to Alexander, but first, I want to talk about national development. It is not just wealth creation. It is sustained improvement of a nation's economic stability, public health, infrastructure, and quality of life. It is such a multi-complex process. So I'll be making my case under 3 themes. 1, economic systems. This is where the money falls. Healthcare systems, because we know health is wealth. And then infrastructure, because without the internet, many of us won't have discovered this event. A prominent example under economic systems is Okoje Iweala, a career professional who negotiated one of the largest debt reliefs in Africa's history, which was the cancellation of over $18 billion of Nigeria's debt. This singular action freed up funds for national development. Without fiscal discipline or debt management, no amount of private wealth can lead to development of a nation. Under healthcare, we have the NAFDAC lioness herself, late Dora Akunyili, may her soul rest in peace. A career professional who fought relentlessly against fake and substandard drugs in Nigeria, which could have killed the entrepreneur in a minute. She didn't own a business, but she was so good at her job that she survived an assassination just 2 years after she started the role. Healthcare systems are the backbones of productivity. A nation cannot grow if its people are unhealthy or safe, regardless of how many businesses exist. Then under infrastructure, we have Kyle Toriola, a man born in Ile-Ife, attended OAU, humble background, but yet as a career professional was able to deploy over 700 billion naira in infrastructure to ensure the expansion of 4G and introduction of 5G in Nigeria. Please, let's all say thank you to Kyle. He's the reason why we no longer have to climb trees to get signal. Infrastructure is what connects economic activity. Without it, even the most innovative businesses cannot scale or reach markets. I have no beef with entrepreneurs. They create wealth, yes. But the career professional create the conditions in which that wealth is possible, protected, and distributed. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Some subtle bass-bows, but it's fine. It's necessary, no problem. It's necessary. Okay. All right. So are we set for our rebuttals? Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Franchise entrepreneurs, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 5 seconds.
Okay. My argument today has not been that career professionals are not important in the course of national development. It's that entrepreneurs happen to be more important. I'd roll down some data just in response to what she has said. The first thing is, Okonjo-Iweala helped us negotiate away our debt, and we are very grateful to her. Debts that were incidentally acquired by career professionals.
Correct. Well done.
Career professionals in government fund infrastructure. That's true. How do they get the money? They tax businesses. Businesses created by entrepreneurs. Do you know that America grew on the back of private players? Men like Alexander Vanderbilt, men like J.P. Morgan, men like Rockefeller built America. Government has a role, career professionals have roles, but entrepreneurs that dream, that inspire nations. Recently, the US went back to the moon, technically, had a drive by the moon, inspired by Elon Musk and his space program. As of 2010, when SpaceX started, US was launching probably 10 to 15 orbits every year. Elon Musk in 2025 launched more rockets into space than US did from 2000 to 2010. That tells you something. It tells you that when entrepreneurs get into the game gets right. It tells you that when entrepreneurs get into the game, cost comes down. It used to cost US government between 450 million to 700 million to launch this spacecraft into orbit. But Elon Musk does it in less than $100 million. It used to cost sometimes up to $50,000 per kg of whatever you are launching into space. Now they do it for $2,500. I am not saying, again, that entrepreneurs are all by themselves. We obviously need career professionals, but dreams matter. Leadership matters. Motivation matters. Bravery matters. And these things are specific qualities associated directly with entrepreneurs and not career professionals.
Hey, this guy now, Ojo. But okay, it's fine. All right. See, want to hear our career professional. It's okay. Are we ready? Let's go.
All right. Thank you very much. I need you to name one entrepreneur that's built a nation, not a company, a nation. Well, if there was a gun to your head, now you'll be dead. Well,
wow.
I get it. Entrepreneurs take the risk. Risk is important. But let's not forget, national development is not about risk. It's not just about the risk. It's about stability, continuity, and scale. Now, I know entrepreneurs create the jobs. Yes, more jobs, higher GDP. Great. But job creation cannot Now, job creation is important, but jobs only create value when there is a stable system to support them. Now, who creates the tax systems, the monetary policies, the infrastructure? And I know you keep mentioning Elon Musk. He's an exception. We cannot, once again, build a nation on an exception, right? Now, innovation is great. Entrepreneurs drive that. We love them for that. But history has shown us time and time again that innovation without structure can lead to instability. The collapse of the crypto platform FTX, the global financial crisis of 2008, and the failures in unregulated markets all demonstrate that without proper oversight, innovation can harm economies rather than strengthen them. This is why systems designed and enforced by career professionals are essential. Now, I know you mentioned that the 9-to-5er comes to work, they do their job roles, and they go about their business. I would say that that's a failed system, but it's not a matter of responsibility. It's an implementation issue, right? And then let's not forget, whatever you need as an entrepreneur, whatever business you have to start, you need someone to issue the license, you need the legal protection. Even the most successful entrepreneur cannot operate outside of the system. So that makes 9-to-5ers, career professionals, extremely essential. Thank you very much.
Voila. For who no understand these things when we talk. Let's jam our hands together for our debaters. They have had quite an amazing time. Now, we are at the final stop where they wrap up their thoughts and land all the necessary hits. Just to be clear, do we have people who are also ready to come up after them? Wow! Like, you don't understand? No, now guys, don't do this now. You are well presented. Don't let me say what I want to say. But all right, so on a final note, are we set? Over to you.
John D. Rockefeller. He stabilized the petroleum sector. The name of his company was Standard Oil because he imposed standards that were otherwise absent. He ensured quality. He wasn't in the government, he was a private person. And Elon is not an exception. Steve Jobs, Aliko Dangote, Otedola, the list is endless across various countries. Entrepreneurs push countries forward, including socialist countries. And that's very interesting because socialist countries are proud of their government and the systems they put in place. But even in China, when I say Jack Ma, you know who he is. Again, do you know that the US Federal Reserve, the equivalent of Nigeria Central Bank, is a privately owned company? Did you know that? It's not owned and it wasn't set up by career professionals. It was set up by a conglomerate of business heads. The entire financial system, modern financial system, was created by entrepreneurs that led industries. We only follow in their footstep. We only follow in their footstep, I say again. Entrepreneurs push the countries of the world forward. They will push our own country forward. As I've said, I'm not saying career professionals are not important. They are critical to the cause of national development, but that's not the topic for today. Today's topic is who is more responsible? And the obvious answer is entrepreneurs.
Guys, you're over celebrating it. let's keep it humble, please. All right, career professional.
All right. So yes, Rockefeller is an outstanding man, but let's not forget he took advantage of a weak system. At the time, the U.S. oil industry had no policies. But well, in closing, I'd like to dismantle a popular notion, which I'm sure is what propels many of us here. Entrepreneurs are richer. More rich people, more stability in the economy. And then that means they have higher responsibility in national development. Well, like I said earlier, wealth creation is very important. But wealth consecration is not the same thing as economic stability. We can have many rich people, as seen in countries like Brazil, Russia, and still struggle with inequality and economic volatility. And this is according to the World Bank and global economic data. In fact, unmanaged wealth can destabilize an economy through monopolies and price distortions and inequality. This is why the greater burden falls on career professionals as regulators and policymakers. No doubt, entrepreneurs light the spark. We can't argue that. But it is career professionals who build the engine that keeps the nation running long after the fire has died down. And to that, we career professionals say, clock it!
Let's jam our hands together for Achua. No. Okay, so let's hold on. To begin, why are you clocking? Just calm down, no clock it yet. So, to begin with, considering all that we've heard, specific, clear, sharp, very concise, and data-driven, we need to rise up to our feet and jam our hands together for our debaters. So now let's do that for them. Yes. Thank you so much. All right. So what's going to happen next is we would have you go sit, all right, and the results will come through shortly. Thank you so much, guys. Let's jam our hands together as they go. Amazing. But honestly, I honestly felt like Toby came as an assassin. In that, so you know how, so when we're growing up, there's this thing, so some of you that are Gen Zs now, you may not know this, but back in the day, when we're growing up, they used to say how that there's this kind of rat that when it's eating your leg, it will be blowing breeze. That was what Toby was, because, I'm like, what do you mean by they are good? Leave them, face what you are saying, but I mean, really, really amazing thoughts that we have shared. Please, I still want the mics to move around. Can we have two persons who can give us a couple thoughts as to, who has the greater responsibility, career professionals or entrepreneurs? Okay, I have Lewis, right? Is that Lewis? I have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who? No. Okay, 6. I've not taken from here. So here's 7. Okay, can I see the hands once again? And this is so this is what we're going to do. I'll start from here. So 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, 9. So everybody already has their numbers. Now, here is what's going to happen. Media team, are you with me? All right, I want 1 minute on the clock. All right? I wish you all the best. Hold on. But you're going to have to summarize your thoughts in 1 minute. Do I have 1 minute? Okay, great. Okay, so, and I hope if you do not remember your number, we'll jump over you. No, don't let me say what, it's fine. All right, so number 1, let's go. Oh, the mics are not on. Can you just help me ensure the mics are on? Okay. No, it's not on. Can you hold it down till you see the green light? Okay, good. All right, here you go. So 1 minute, your time starts now.
So thanks to the debaters, Toby and Utra, if I get that right. So I think what we just saw here was a value over vibes. But wait. I think as entrepreneurs that we are dreamers. And for every dreamer, we need maybe 30 of these people. And that is not all.
if you guys don't clap back. But go ahead.
And that is not all.
Yes.
At the end of the day, for every Aliko Dangote,
Yeah.
well, maybe you will mention Akin, the guy, you know, that guy.
Which guy?
That is working with, you know, one guy like that.
Okay.
And maybe Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala.
Yeah.
But we all know, with the money these guys are pumping
Yeah.
into the economy would survive. So thank you very much.
Okay. So money, wealth creation. Okay. You said? Okay.
I would say well done, debaters. And
Thank you.
I believe that making...
Sorry, who do you stand with?
I'm standing from both of them.
Okay. Oh! You see!
Okay.
Shots have been fired.
Career professionals. Career
Choose your front toe. Good, oh yeah.
So I want to say that it's not just about making money that makes the economy work.
Okay.
The entrepreneurs will not provide social goods that benefit the economy.
Wow.
We need street lights. The
Wow.
entrepreneurs will not do it for because they don't see profits. That's where the career professionals come from. The government will make it for you. The government will make certain things free so that you can benefit. That's what makes you able to now make the money that now serves the country.
Wow.
So yeah, I beg.
All right, number 3. Number 3 is right there. Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Okay.
My name is Mirabelle. Well, I'm in favor of the entrepreneur.
Okay.
Because I'm one myself. But then, by the way, this is LBS, Leaders and Builders Summit. To be a successful entrepreneur, you don't just need to be a successful leader. You need to be a great builder. So it's nice that you have a team, but it's the entrepreneur that builds the team to sustain the business or the entity. So therefore...
Okay, I can clock this one.
So, a great career professional, trust me, you were built by a great entrepreneur.
Woo! Amazing. Okay, I clocked that. Number 4. Yeah, she's number 4. Okay. Amazing.
So what I have to say is fine.
Who are you standing with? Declare your position.
I'm standing with career.
Okay.
Yes. So fine, entrepreneur. Okay, entrepreneur. We know that. Okay, you people are the leaders. We are the dreamers.
Yeah.
We are the whatsoever. But without a career builder, please, you can't stand. This our Milo that we are seeing here. I served in Nestle.
Yeah.
This Milo, the whole design and everything, is
Yeah.
being done by a project manager, not the owner of Nestle. No,
Right.
but what he's saying,
Okay.
what I actually saw is
Yeah.
that what I've heard that he said is an estate.
He's a
what do you
build-
say?
yeah, he's a
a
build-
realtor,
yeah.
a realtor. You actually do with bricks and all.
Yeah.
So these blocks, are you the one molding it? I mean, no.
I'm good.
Are you the one molding it?
Okay. All right. Let's have our hands together. Moving on. Number 5. Okay. Good.
So I'm for the career professionals.
Okay.
And I will talk from the Constitution.
Okay.
First, any creation without a system of sustainability is dead.
Hey.
And it is career professionals that also work for the entrepreneurs and for the government that are the system of that sustainability.
Amazing.
And guess what? The Constitution created a special court to protect these people that are the engine of sustainability called the National Industrial Court.
Amazing.
And if you are a lawyer, you know that if you take any matter to the National Industrial Court, the court has a primo disposition to protect the career professionals, the workers. Because the law recognizes that these are the people that are the sustainability structure of the economy.
Amazing.
That is why there's a default. I mean, if you go there and you're not so tight as an employer that came after your employee, they will throw you out. Thank you.
Amazing. Nice. Constitution. Amazing. All right, number 6.
All right, thank you. I'm Louis, and I'm for the career professionals.
Okay.
So I work in consulting, and there's like a theme across most leaders, which I work for, and it's that they want to retire, they want to quit their work because of the people and the culture. So, and there's a popular saying in consulting that culture eats strategy for breakfast.
Any day, anytime.
You can have the greatest ideas, you can have the most fantastic plans, but without a system of people to bring that vision to life, then it's dead on arrival. What's his name? Jehoiakim Nebuchadnezzar in Daniel lost sleep. He couldn't do anything because he had a dream that there was no one to enforce. He needed a Daniel to show him what that dream is.
So all of a sudden now, Daniel, don't be 9 to 5. Correct. All of a sudden. Okay. Amazing. Who's next? Hey. You guys have brought Constitution. You have brought Daniel. Okay. You are not. Okay. Let's go on.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Right. I'm standing with the career professionals.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So I want to believe, for the purpose of this debate, something was lacking in the beginning, and that was like definition of concept.
Correct.
I want to believe that there is a fundamental difference between national development and wealth creation. So when you're talking about national development and you start and stick and stay and die with wealth, that's what you have done. However, it is meant to be something that is translatable. For instance, in Nigeria, the second speaker was speaking, he said capital is not your issue, trust is. We know there is money, there is surplus dollars in this country. Yet, if I were to ask you, is Nigeria nationally developed? No, I didn't ask, but if I were to ask you, you know the answer to that. Nigeria, you can't give that kind of boast. It goes beyond just wealth creation. And also, my time is just some seconds, there's a difference between career professionals and mere employees. If that dissonance is not gotten, is wrong. That is why you can talk about technocrats should be able to run the government on some levels, but you're not necessarily talking about entrepreneurs. However, you're talking about people who have proven themselves in their career lane. It's different.
Amazing perspective. All right. Next.
Okay, so my contribution is okay. I will declare I'm for career professionals, and then my contribution is that to scale a business, you need systems. You need to be able to manage resources. You need to be able to manage people, and it goes beyond just having an idea. I see that a lot of entrepreneurs or owners of business are not even able to work in the role that they are meant to work in, which is project the vision, encourage people. They are not even able to project that vision well. So career professionals are those kind of people that would come into your business, give your business a system, scale your idea, manage your people, manage your resources, and make sure that they execute and give you results.
Amazing. Wow. Okay, yes, you're next, right? Okay, great.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So, there is no world in this world where... Yes, that's what I'm declaring. Yes. No. I'm declaring.
Okay, you're declaring.
I'm declaring. Okay. There is no way in this world, in the entire world, where an entrepreneur is more important than a career profession in nation building. It is impossible.
Okay.
For every nation that is... An entrepreneur is required to bring a dream to life. Okay. But a career professional is responsible for bringing that dream to reality. So there is no world where an entrepreneur, even for an entrepreneur to be successful, he has to have the mindset of a career professional. So it is not possible for an entrepreneur on his own, by starting a vision, to succeed without career professionals. And one of the major reasons why our country is the way our country is because a lot of career professionals are not competent. We have a lot of entrepreneurs, Dangotes and all that, but we don't have enough career professionals who are intrapreneurs. So if our nation is going to be built, we need more career professionals to become intrapreneurs. Hey. We have so much entrepreneurs already. We need more intrapreneurs in our systems. And that's what's responsible for.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, I mean... A lot of thoughts really, to and for, career professionals versus, entrepreneurs. And I think I really like the angle you brought to it, which was the fact that there were no clear definition of terms, right? Considering what is national development
and what are the, criteria that are most important in that regard. But honestly, we've had so many amazing thoughts. Let's jam our hands together for ourselves. All right. So, in the matter of the debate, drum rolls. Great. All right. So I think do we have this also available to Buzz? Do we have this available to Buzz? Okay, so because it has to come up on the screen as well, right? So let's do that. All right. So we had two judges who shared, two independent judges who listened and graded. Yes, they listened and they judged. Absolutely. No. This is what you were judged, though. Straight. Yeah. So, now, there were 5 consistent area of, evaluation. It's not judgment. It's evaluation, please. All right? So, the first is the strength of argument, which carried 30%. The second is use of evidence and examples, which carried 25%. The third is rebuttal and counter argument, which carried 20%. Then audience engagement, which carried 15%. And then poise and delivery, which carried 10%. So that makes up what? A total of 100%. Buzz, can you just put that on the screen real quick? Oh, right. Media, Buzz, you are good. It's fine. If you know, you know. All right, so for the first judge, Adeboye, who spoke on behalf of the entrepreneurs. Wait, so are you going to be taking this down as I'm reading it out? I want to know what we're doing. Okay, great. So, strength of argument, Judge 1. Obviously, the judges will remain anonymous. Before I must protect our judges. Yes. So for judge number 1, go and find the Holy Spirit who will whisper their names to you. Strength of argument for Adeboye, 15 marks. Second, use of evidence, right, for Adeboye, 25 marks. Waiting. Rebuttal and counter, 15 marks, right? Then audience engagement, 10 marks. And then poise and delivery, 5 marks. That's judge. Are you the judge? And you're saying, Okay. Then for Ochua, right, career professional, first strand of argument, she's got 20 marks. Oh, God. Second, which is use of evidence, she's got 10 marks. Third, which is rebuttal and counter argument, she's got 18 marks. Audience engagement, she's got 12 marks. And then poise and delivery, she's got 7 marks. Now, for Adeboye, from the first judge, he's got a total of 70 marks. And then for Ochua, for the first judge, she's got a total of 67 marks. All right, good. Now, we move on to the second judge. This particular second judge, so, this one judged. So, argument of strength. Strength of argument, right? So let's do Adeboye, as we started with Adeboye. So for Adeboye, strength of argument, 15 marks. Why are you guys not quiet? Okay. So this is the first, right? Total 70, 67. Then, so back to Adeboye on the second judge. The first strength of argument, we had 15 over 30. Use of example, 20. Rebuttal, 10. Audience engagement, 15. Then poise, 10. So, I'll take it again. For Adeboye, Argument, strength of argument, 15. And that's 15 over 30. You remember the percentage distribution, right? So that's 15 over 20. Use of examples, 20 over 25. Rebuttal, 10 over 20. Audience engagement, 15 over 15. Poise, 10 over 10. No, 10 over 10, right? Good. All right. And so that brings a cumulative 70 out of 100 marks. Do we have that? I hope we have that. Good. Now, for Ochua, strength of argument, and this one judged 17.5 over 30. You think it's easy to be judged? Use of examples, 20 over 25. Rebuttal, 10 over 20. Audience engagement, 10 over 15. Poise, 7.5 over 10. With a total of 65 over 100. Now, without any further ado, I believe I can see the winner clearly, right? Okay, so the winner of our debate here. Calm down now. Why you guys don't jump the gun? I'm the one that want to shoot the gun, so line up behind me. The winner by yes, he is a 9 to 5. He is a 9 to 5 actually, but the clear winner in our case is Adeboye. Let's jam our hands together. Who has spoken for the entrepreneurs? So, with all evidence and argument, it has been established here today. It may not be valid after, but here today, that entrepreneurs are more responsible for national growth than career professionals. Let's jam our hands together. Let's jam our hands together. And honestly, I have to point out, like I said, you see the way, I think Ochua did a very good job. Do you know why? Because this bros here was also saying, don't worry, I know you are good. Like, who does that? So, let's jam our hands together for Ochua. All right. So, as my final act here, I will be bringing forward an amazing man of God. His name is Minister Thank God. Let's jam our hands together as he come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wow. So I'll start from the last question that somebody asked me just before I came up. That who are the judges? That was the last question I had, and I felt threatened for the judges. So I said, if you want to know the name of the judges, just give me a particular amount. I might think about telling you who the judges are. But also, when I saw 17.5, I said I should give away who the judge is. But I'm not going to mention again who the judge is. But yes, have we had an amazing time at LBS today? Amazing. This has been such a blessing. Like it has been, for me, my Christianese, it has been such a huge blessing. Can we just appreciate the PowerPoint Tribe for putting this together? Can we just appreciate the PowerPoint Tribe for putting this together? So, the conveners of this particular event, Leaders and Builders Summit, is the PowerPoint Tribe. And I'll just start my presentation from there. Just talk about the PowerPoint Tribe and how we came about this particular event. And then my job here will be done, essentially. So, yeah, this is the PowerPoint Tribe, one of the many expressions of the Baptizing Church Global. And here at the tribe, our vibe is, our food is, our connect is, our language is, and our response is. So, I'm sure some persons will be like, okay, what's going on. If you want to know what's going on, you can join us on Sunday. So, I'd also like to quickly mention that here at the PowerPoint Tribe, we have our senior pastor here is the CEO of Adiverse. Me, myself here, my humble self, I'm a senior software developer at Flutterwave. And we have a number of career professionals that are doing exceptionally well in their different careers. And also, even in their businesses. If we begin to mention the businesses that people have and people are doing, we have a lot of people that are doing amazing, amazing things. And you know the good things about us? We are Jesus lovers. We love. So even while we're doing amazing work with our careers, we are doing excellent work with our careers, which is part of our mission, raising excellent disciples. We are strong, strong Jesus lovers. So once again, can we put our hands together for the PowerPoint Tribe for coming up with this particular event and appreciating them. Okay, so we would like to invite everyone here, if you've come for the event here, we'd like for you to join us on Sunday. We have our services by 9 a.m. on Sundays. So please, if you're not actively serving in a church or in a local assembly, or you would like to join us, we would be glad and we'll be excited to have you join us on Sunday. What you've experienced here is a tip of the iceberg. There is a whole lot that you can keep getting as you keep coming to the PowerPoint Tribe. All right, so I've spoken about the PowerPoint Tribe, which is our conveners, and I will then go on to speak next. Can you just go to the next slide? I'll just go on to speak about the next thing in the next slide, please. To the next slide, please. Thank you. Yes, so we are young professionals that we are doing exceptionally well in our career paths and in our businesses, and we are the ones that came up with this event, and we would love for you to join us in this place. So that's essentially what this is about. And this particular program was created for us to have that 1% edge in our different, what I call it now, who can give me the word to use? In our different entities. Sphere of influence. Yeah, sphere of influence. Yes, so I'll just quickly like to talk about the directory, what we will be doing after, because it doesn't stop here. You've been taught, you've been blessed, you've been told some things. It should not stop there. You're supposed to, we have much more for you, even going forward. So the fact that you've registered for this event means you're automatically in the LBS directory, and that's the word for it. LBS directory, which would mean that, so essentially everybody that registered is automatically a part of the LBS directory, which will mean that from time to time you will get email newsletters from us, you will get notifications from us, particularly in your emails, and we'll be giving you, telling you about opportunities that come by and other events that might be related to your specific use case. So like I said, it doesn't stop there, and this particular directory is for professionals in career growth mode and entrepreneurs building their businesses. So just look out for our emails from time to time. Like I said, we have some things that we will be sharing with you as the days progress. Just once in a while, you will hear from us. Trust me, you will hear from us. Also, so anyone who came for one morning and decided they went done learning, this is a good place to be. So next one, this is another thing that happens. In the LBS directory, you get created list of verified job openings. It's not a job board, but it's a vetted pipeline because we are actually collaborated with Jobberman for this. Can I appreciate our partners? I'll just maybe stay on this for a bit. Can we do better with appreciating our partners? So we had a couple of people come in early, and then they were able to utilize the CV audit clinic that Jobberman did with us. Jobberman is one of our major partners. And we also have, Milo was also here earlier in the day, and I'm sure we enjoyed our breakfast this morning. And one of our key partners, they are still very much around, Adiverse. Can we celebrate Adiverse? So the good thing about it is the co-founders of Adiverse both spoke here today, and they are people of substance. And there is a whole lot. So there was a particular video that was a particular promo video about this particular event that was put out there, and they asked me a question during that video about how I went, if I had faced any kind of challenge before, and I referenced the particular training I went for. And I said that training helped me to resolve the particular career challenge I was having at the time. Actually, the training I went for was actually done by Adiverse, BLEP. I think I was in the first cohort. So I would like to use this opportunity to invite us to just check out what BLEP, what Adi Business School has for us. I'm sure that you are going to find good value for what they offer. And in emphasizing a bit on that, because you came for LBS, now this is a peck of coming for LBS. And when I'm done announcing this, I want us to clap for Adi Business School. But so I'll just quickly mention. So because you came for LBS, there is a program that Adi Business School is starting tomorrow. Tomorrow, right? Yes. So it's called ELPC, entry-level professional course. And it's starting tomorrow. And typically, I think the form would have closed now, but there is a special entry for everyone that has come today to now sign up. Now, let me quickly mention, there is still a criteria for selection, but because you came for LBS today, the form is going to be open to you, and so you can still register to apply for the ALPC program. Can we appreciate Adi Business School for that? Can we appreciate them for that? So, I want us to make good use of this opportunity. ELPC is starting tomorrow. I want you to just, as soon as we're done, that's their stand there. I want us to figure out how to get as many people to be there and get as many things as we can get. I don't know if we have the flyers for ELPC. If we have that, we can maybe put that on the screen. If not, immediately we're done, that's the stand there. Please, we would like us to utilize the opportunity. And so the next slide, I think that's about it. All right, so we are beginning to come to the end of LBS 2026. And like I said before, I want to believe that you've had good value for your time. With joy in our hearts and with appreciation and honor in our hearts, can we welcome and appreciate one of our associate pastors at the PowerPoint Tribe here, Pastor Ayo Awole, as he comes to end LBS.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow, amazing. Good afternoon, everyone. So, just to reiterate some things, like the grandfather said, I go live for you. And then, Majemo, our host, can we celebrate her, by the way, Minister Majemo? Thank you very much. So, I was asking her, I hope everybody still remembers. LBS. I feel like some people don't know what we are saying, so they can hear it again. LBS. So I sent something to the media team. You know, the interesting thing about the 1% edge is if you stay consistent with the 1%. Can I have it on the screen? So it's 365 actually. For a whole year, if you keep with your 1%, you'll get 37. But if you don't add anything, you'll still remain in 1. So the one you've heard today, ensure you take it home and you apply it. So thank God I already appreciated everyone. I just want to reappreciate them again. Jobberman, Milo, because they corrected me, the pronunciation is Milo. Golden Mon, Adi Business School, the PowerPoint Tribe. You didn't know, right? You've learned something. I go live for you. I hope I've called everyone. And most importantly, because today is a public holiday, I want everyone to appreciate yourselves for coming. Is that how you're going to celebrate yourself? You're not doing so well, celebrate yourself. Come on, put premium on yourself and celebrate yourself. Thank you very much, everyone. We've come to the end of LBS 2026. Please ensure you, of course, if you already registered for the program, you're already on the directory, you'll be getting information from us. We'll most likely have found out, like they said, the debate has ended, so we found out that we need both career professionals and entrepreneurs for national development. We need career professionals that have entrepreneurial mindsets. We need entrepreneurs that have career professional mindsets too. And that's what my friend there was saying, that you need entrepreneurs for national development. So we want that everyone everything you've heard today, it's not just another information that you keep in your archive. It's something you are working with as you go out. From now, at your career, at your place of work, there should be obvious notice from your boss that this person has gotten a new needed information. Thank you very much, everyone. I think that's about it. Can we just rise? Can we just rise? I don't know how many people you met. I think I met 3 people. I met Favor, a 3D artist, right? I met Revelation, and I met Newman. Have you heard that name before? Newman. I used to see it in scriptures. I met those. Okay, I mean, they're all here. Can you imagine? Newman, Favor, and Revelation. Okay, so, Minister Tengo already said, this is the PowerPoint Tribe. We are a church. We're a church here. We're building excellent disciples. So if you don't have a place where you're serving, you're new to Lagos, you're trying to find a church, let me give you good advice because I can't lie for you. Consider the PowerPoint Tribe. Taste and see that the Lord is good. Amen. Amen. So I know we have multiple people here, but we'll still pray. Just started with prayer and ended with prayers. And we've learned that one of the ways we push the things we know, because sometimes it's not just the things you know, you need an external force to push you to go do the things that ought to be done. So we'll just be praying. Father, in the name of Jesus, thank you for everyone that came here today out of their schedule. Thank you for the resource. Thank you for Mr. Laolu. Thank you for Pastor Tayo. Thank you for Pastor Dami and all the facilitators that ensured this program was a success. Be glorified, Lord, in the name of Jesus. We also want to appreciate you. Thank you for the committee that worked tirelessly to ensure we had a good experience. That's the works of their hands, you bless in the name of Jesus. Lord, as we go in your strength in the mighty name of Jesus. The fortitude, the will, the discipline to do what we ought to do, because sometimes it's not knowledge that is the issue. It's the will, it's the discipline to do it. Father, we pray for that grace in the name of Jesus. And that we'll stand for value in the name of Jesus. That everywhere we are found as people of value in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Be glorified, Lord. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen. Thank you very much, everyone. See you next year, LBS 2027. But we can still see you on Sunday at the PowerPoint Tribe. God bless you. Cheers.